So, how is your preparation going? Has it stepped up? So, how many of you have appeared in prelims at least once? At least once. All. How many have not appeared yet? Difficult to ask from online people. So, so how many of you have appeared more than twice? Written mains? Not yet. So, margin to margin. This, why I am writing margin to margin? Because qualifying in prelims is the only marginal number of people qualify. But our approach also remains very margin. Our approach, if we have appeared more than once and if we have not qualified, so we can say that it is approach problem. It is approach problem. This we can say. Although yes, UPSC has limited number of seats, so every year most people will not qualify. But when you think from qualifying perspective, why you are not qualifying, so it is simply because that approach problem. If we have tried once, twice, thrice and not qualified. Even we know that people appeared, let's say, more than thrice also, and they do not qualify. It's not that we have such, or there is something mystery and one does not know, or we have to dramatize that how it is so challenging, difficult. It's nothing like that. There are people who qualify every year with quite ease, you can say that. With every year they also qualify. Means they are writing mains, let's say, regularly you can consider. You may also be familiar with such people. There are also people who qualify, but there are also people who are not repeatedly qualifying. Why? Because I'll tell in different way, that's margin to margin. Margin to margin is the way we are approaching prelims, that seems to be somehow marginal also. Marginal in the sense that what are your sources of reading, what you read them. Because all people have, I think, 99% or 95%, there is no such research to tell. But I guess 99%, 95% sources are same. No. All people are, most of the people are reading the same source. Like let's say Laxmikant, an Indian polity. It starts and ends with that. So for prelims, if you talk, so most of the people are reading that, but still why that polity question, can you say that out of 10 I can correct 8 questions? Yes, that is how we can consider. So what we can say is that it's approach, let's say how we are studying that, what we are studying. And then let's say whether we are prepared for different nature of questions. This, like which we can categorize into, we can say that 3 different types. which you may be aware nowadays teaching strategies, etc. So already lots of things are available, you are familiar, many things you watch and let's say attend, already you are familiar with them. But at the end of the day, the question is whether your approach to prelims is right. And in that way we can say that, let's say the three categories of, let's say, questions you can say. One category can be considered as difficult, another is considered moderate, other is called simple. This is how we have the questions. No. Most question will come from this. Most question which we can say that moderate, largely 2024 paper can be considered as moderate paper. Entire paper itself is moderate. But still in that moderate paper, you know that most people did not qualify. Or at least those who appeared, they did not qualify that aspect. Then let's say that you can qualify question, let's say this and that. They can fall in the same category. No, number of questions which can be simple, and number of questions which can be very difficult, almost they can be of similar percentage. This. Then let's say that in all category, what we do is that you do some silly mistakes. We do some silly mistakes. Many a time these silly mistakes can eliminate you. Or you think that, oh, I did this silly mistake. And that can eliminate you. So basically, let's say out of 100 questions, let's say that you will have 5 silly mistakes. If it is more than 5, so then let's say that there is a problem. But 5 tak maaf kar sakte hai, isn't it? Even not a single can be, but let's take that this. So when we can say, let's say that 5 silly mistakes, basically you have 90 such questions, let's say. You are attempting 95. But that things I don't want to focus more on that. Let's say that our preparation. So basically we start with simple question. We are ready for moderate question also. But are we ready for difficult questions? In simple question also, at times people can do, last year delimitation commission, isn't it? And you find some people have done correct, some people have done wrong. That is silly one. So there can be mistakes also in simple question. There can be mistakes in, let's say, this and that. But that's not the point. Point is that whether, let's say that in each category, do you have confidence that you can correct questions? Can you do questions correct? Because there are different categories of questions. Not only this, it is a very simple way to categorize difficult, moderate and simple. It is very generic macro way for categorization. Within that, you will find that there can be other questions also, other categories. Let's say one I will add is random questions. And then I will add next is called GK type questions. Last year, GK type, defense sector. So GK type, this random question. Random can be a question about a bird also. Right. This which is based on observation. Random can be based on any law also, rules also, United Nations Convention also, which can be randomly picked up. So there can be some questions which can be random, there can be some questions which they can ask GK type, this. And when we are, let's say, solving questions, etc., certainly you are solving so many test papers, this and that, but still those things may not come even if you have solved 50 test papers. People may have 100 test papers also, isn't it? Nowadays, so many test papers people are solving. But suppose in those test papers, even those random questions have not been given, like last year, defense sector wala GK type question. You have missed it. So one thing is that what randomly you are doing, isn't it? What are you doing for them? How we will cover those things, or whether you are preparing for those things or not. This still most questions will be asked from this side. Most of the questions will be from this side. And this can be random, which, yes, you can be, let's say, confident, you may not be confident, you can be prepared, you may not be prepared, it depends on you. But certainly, let's say that we cannot focus more on them, rather first we'll focus on them. The basic question simple is, what are you doing for these things which the resources are available? Resources are available, NCERT plus basic resources are available. So have you thoroughly studied them? What do you mean by thorough study? Generally what we do, our study is surface level. Our study is at surface level. Most of the people have surface level study. Do we have finer level of understanding? This finer level of understanding. The finer level of understanding is demanded in all those concept type questions. No, do you understand the difference between due process of law, rule of law, natural justice, natural law, isn't it? What exactly constitution means? 3 times they have asked in last 3-4 years. The constitution definition you know, but when a question is asked on constitution, are you able to answer it correctly? Right. And just in 4 years, 3 times they have asked. Not once, I will show that. They have asked 3 times in 4 years. So do we have not this surface level understanding? You have or you should have such a very clear knowledge about constitution, which we say as concept, that if a question is asked on constitution, it is not a difficult question. It is a very simple question. No, let me show that. Where is? This one? अच्छा इसी में होगा. Yes. This is a question asked in 2023. What it says, chief purpose of constitution, right? It is in 23. Constitutional governance means, very simple question. Right? 21. And there is one more question. A constitutional government by definition is. No. So I think by this time you may be familiar. No. To which option will go? D option. So this is how limited government, D option. But since you have appeared 2-3 times, so have you done that time also correct? No. Whether that time also you did correct? Yes, yes, it can be, no doubt. So what we see is that it demands basically concept understanding, isn't it? This, since they are recent questions, so this the liberty, when liberty is best safeguarded? Separation of power. This. So this is what we can consider that. Then they have asked other questions. Already you are familiar. So these are all, let's say that we say other conceptual question or political theory based questions. This, which generally we will not get in, let's say when we read books, rather we develop that knowledge, right, either through reading more or through practicing. So finer understanding, so there can be, this is how, let's say, I was trying to say that, this, do you have this finer understanding of the concept? Then this finer understanding also demands a bit of, we say, either deep knowledge. So do we try to go to that level of knowledge? This, or we just keep practicing, let's say that books, this and that, etc. Right. So to test, since those questions are, let's say that ask questions, let me test some questions we have prepared. Let's say this is a simple question, which most of you know, isn't it? So by the way, let's say that which option? Option C. A. मतलब सिंपल में ही अटक गए, got stuck. Simple. I expected simple question. Now simple, difficult also depends on level of preparation, how better you are prepared, isn't it? So basically it is option D, right? None of them is a constitutional body, right? This you should know. It is not directly mentioned in Constitution. Public Account Committee is not a constitutional body, rather it is created under the rules of the business of the Parliament under Article 118, right? Anyhow, ये तो मैं समझा था simple question है, right? Let's take that कि you have a bit difficult question on the same topic, which is recently also in news. और मुझे लगता है ये सिंपल होगा. B option. So basically what we did is, it demands you a better understanding than paper, that question 1, can we say? It demands a bit finer understanding. So merely reading about Public Account Committee there, you will be able to do that first with some more efforts. But solving this will need bit more efforts. Plus it is linked to current development without mentioning current. Without mentioning current, recently let's say SEBI controversy and SEBI chairperson was summoned. If you remember summon wala part, let's say that, this is how 1, 2 you can eliminate at least, but not all. So it demands, let's say, better understanding. Let me tell that this a minister can be member, a minister cannot be member. This you should know that. Then a minister can be summoned, a minister cannot be summoned. This, as per speaker order, financial committees cannot summon a minister. Now, it can summon only heads. Why only heads? Why not members? Hey, if heads can be summoned, members can also be summoned. So that is also. If you are able to eliminate this, even if you do not know this, right? Just to tell it, we are just trying to show you that what approach we should have. Right. This question, then let's take current question. I guess you will be able to attempt it. No, which option? I consider it simple. Are you familiar? Let's take moderate. No. A option. Right. Anyhow, this question is a bit not properly. इसमें और आना चाहिए कुछ, तो वो frame नहीं है. But in that 4 statement, which one is wrong? C and D. Right. C and D wrong. D is also wrong. No, in 4 statements, which statements means which one statement is wrong? C option. Yes, the C option is wrong. So we kept simple. We have framed that simple question, right? Although there is a bit error in this, but basic purpose is to frame a simple question. So in that one is wrong. Right? So C will be wrong. You are able to identify. Now, let's take related question. Related to that, we have framed another question. And it is difficult question. No. Basically, there was news when Citizenship Amendment Act was brought and rules were not framed. So there was news that after all, how long executive cannot frame rules? Yes. So what are the rules related to not framing rules? Right. Because once you frame a law, bring a law, it comes into effect. You have to frame rules. Unless you frame rules, law will not be implemented. There will be delay. That has happened with labor codes also, and it has happened with citizenship amendment also. Then a technicality was reported that time in newspaper that what are the conditions of framing rules and how long it can delay framing rules, right? It is something in depth. You can miss this news also, this because it is not very debatable news, but it has come in news. Just I wanted to show that in current development also, some questions you have to be, let's say that focus on difficult side, some can be simple side. This, in fact, all the three are correct. By knowledge you will not solve it. All the three statements are correct. This. But my purpose was not like this, to test your knowledge. I was just talking here. This. What I was talking is, let's say, your strategy when you are preparing for prelims. So you should prepare in such a way that you are able to address simple questions also, moderate also, and difficult also. Yes. Difficult questions can be of two ways. One, because of finer conceptual thing. They may not have facts like liberty, law, rule of law, natural justice. They can create certain permutation combinations and they can ask to you. So they may not be factual, they may be conceptual. So what are you doing to solve those questions? This is one. And second, that difficult because of being informative. Right, like this current affairs question. It is quite informative, quite factual. If you remember election wala question, electoral college and states and elections, it is a difficult, complex question. Right. There conceptually you are clear, but factually it is complex. It is a type of CSAT question. Right. You have to calculate, guess. Right. It is difficult because of being informative. And another question that is difficult because of concept. This. So our preparation should also include those things when we are preparing this. And then at the same time, let's say you should have random topics and GK type topics. This. So then you will be able to, let's say, overcome on your challenges. Thereafter, you should know about the other things, let's say, this. This thing you may be aware, the questions which are asked from different areas, in especially polity section if you talk, because I will be taking polity section. If you take polity section, in that polity section, what you find? This. Let's say that this is our political and constitutional system. I will say rather it is a constitutional system. And constitutional system will have almost this much of share, you can say this. So what we do, including political theory that you have even NCERT on political theory, that the understanding those things, and then this, and then another major share is by your union and state legislatures. Right. But again, it does not matter that which section has how much share. Right. Because here it is a fight for even one question. Fight for one question. Most of the people, what you have the cutoff? The cutoff you have in UPSC is between 70 to 95 of last 3-4 years. Including all scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, EWS, OBC, general, whatever you can say this, the cutoff has remained between 70 to 95. This. And if people are in the margin, all can reach to this, or most can reach to 60. Even people can also reach to 65. This. And we think that just it is a margin. That is how I started margin to margin. Right? Margin to margin. Margin to margin is that you think that it is just a marginal thing. I am doing 65, next year I will do 85, right? But what extra we are doing for that? What extra we are doing for that? That remains challenging because UPSC trend will keep changing. You cannot say that there was change in the trend. Last year they had a simple question, this year they can try something else. You are always product of their experiment. After all, if they will not have randomness in paper, how they will improve their competitiveness? This is how the UPSC does not want to establish a trend. Like they had 47 question, I guess, in 2020. 2023, 47 questions of this, only one, only two, only this. Now in 2024, how many questions they have? Drastically reduced. And it was drastically increased because in 2022, they had asked 4 or 5 questions of that type, just they gave a replica, trailer they gave almost. So, their role is to experiment it. Our role is to guarantee it that yes, you ask anything, I am going to solve and do correct, which I need to qualify prelims. And in that, let's say that you should certainly, what we find is that basic conceptual clarity is important. Which we come to know only when we solve the questions, how we have conceptual clarity. That is one aspect. Plus information, being informative, that's second thing. And third is that taking those random type of questions. In that, how we can help this. So basically, let's say you have 3 months. Largely people they may be preparing for prelims. Let's say that throughout year you may be doing it, warm-up type. But this is not warm-up type now. The 3 months time most of the people have. We can help in calibrating your process. That is all. What you will do all alone, let's say in 1 month, you can do double in 1 month with a help. That is how the benefit you can know. Otherwise, there are people who qualify themselves also, they have self-study also. It is not that people cannot do that, many people do that. But suppose it is not working or you want to calibrate your process of preparation. In 3 months, you are able to cover the areas which you may have left, which you may have not understood, or where even if you have self-study, but still you are not confident about that finer clarity. What is that finer clarity? Let's say this. And those things may not be addressed by test papers. See, test papers can help you in, let's say that improving your whatever the knowledge you have, the reinforcing them and adding some more information. But suppose a person has lack of knowledge on constitution itself, on liberty itself, and suppose you are solving 5 questions on liberty, 5 different types, and UPSC has asked the 6th type. Then if you are not conceptually better, that 6th type you may miss. That is how the relevance, let's say. That's why intelligent preparation means those people who are doing even self-study, they are trying to improve their knowledge, they have better understanding, better information, and that is how even if you ask the 6th type, they will be able to solve that question. Then there are so many things in this, let's say market, etc. You struggle what I should do, how many tests I should solve, I mean how many tests I should appear, how many number of tests I should solve. Then how much time I should give for current affairs, how much time to give to conventional section, all blah blah things, isn't it? These things may be going in your mind also. Right. Because current developments are huge. Right. And conventional. But we will tell you that without conventional preparation, better preparation of conventional, even current will not help. This, both should be part of that. So, we have also decided to cover 2 years of current affairs. In this, the 2 years of current affairs should be, let us say, covered, although it is difficult to cover up past years. So, 2 years of current affairs, then let us say 1, 2 or 3 classes on only schemes and programs to cover the schemes and programs, that also, that aspect, plus already the courses, let us say, that will be taught. It is more about covering all those categories of, let us say, topics. This, which let us say those is faculty, they will tell you. I will not tell about my aspect, but just you believe that yes, when polity will be taught, so yes, it will be taken care of whatever the UPSC demands, including the random questions, including the sectoral question, including the legal nature of question, because half of the polity is nothing but legality. It is based on that legal aspect. Plus, since every day there will be 20 questions for practice, that will keep you more active, let us say this. Plus, there are other tests, etc. you can consider. So, we do have also adequate number of tests, I think around 60 tests, plus there are 12 AIPMT tests. Do you appear in AIPMT? Yes. This AIPMT test. So, plus yes, other tests can be appeared, but again we will tell you that without conceptual understanding, if you rely on only tests, you may have experience so far, it may not work, or it does not work. This knowledge is also important, and that is also basic understanding. This, that is what I will finish myself here. If you have any questions, you can ask. Now, thereafter Lakshmi will come, he will talk about his section. Any question? No, any question? Okay. So, any question from online people? So, you
It will supposed to complement our self-study, right? It is
yes, what we have decided is many things are not mentioned there. What we have decided is that yes, it will complement. You can plan your study as per the schedule. This, whatever the 3 months you have, the 3 months you can plan as per the schedule. This, and you study your whatever these things you study. Plus, let us say that the faculties who will be taking the class, they will also mentor you individually. You can meet them, they will guide you how to study, how to approach if you face any such challenge. That is how the approach basically. Each person will have also a dedicated mentor. You can go and talk about your studies, share your problems, and get guided at how you can improve. Yes, current affairs. Right. See, we will give you printed resources on current affairs of 2 years. You can, let us say, we will start bringing 6 months. This will divide into 4 different parts, 2 years, 4 different parts. Each 6 months will be covered. You will get and you read that. That way it will help you about current affairs. Plus, you can have your own self efforts. Right? We will not say that you completely rely on this. Right? You can have self efforts yourself, but yes, we want to make sure that in 2 years, whatever we cover it comprehensively. So it is in that way. So all the best.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Okay. Yes. All right. So first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Lakshmikant, and first of all, we'll talk about the common mistakes that we are making in preparation of prelims examination and in examination hall. Okay, and thereafter I will specifically talk about geography section. ठीक है, so I can see the seriousness in your facial expressions. तो शुरू हो गया है प्रीलिम्स का प्रिपरेशन. 31st का सेलिब्रेशन इतना जोरों शोरों से हुआ है ओल्ड राजेंद्र नगर में कि उसने हवा ही चेंज कर दी है. उससे पहले मेंस की तैयारी हो रही थी, अब स्टूडेंट्स जो है प्रीलिम्स की तैयारी शुरू कर रहा है. ठीक है, और प्रीलिम्स की तैयारी मतलब क्या है, एक डर का माहौल. राइट, व्हाई? बिकॉज यूपीएससी इटसेल्फ इज क्रिएटिंग दैट काइंड ऑफ लेट्स से फियर among the students by making it more and more dynamic, unpredictable, and that's why students are more afraid. Those who have given interview, and I would say those who have even qualified, they are also worried about clearing next prelims. Right, this is the situation. Now as we are talking about the prelims preparation, and many of you might have already given the attempt. आपने, ठीक है, एक जस्ट हाथ ऊपर करके बताइए कि हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू हैव ऑलरेडी अटेम्प्टेड. ठीक है, एक्चुअल में मतलब यूपीएससी का अटेम्प्ट दे दिया है. राइट, नाउ आई वांट all of you to participate in this discussion, that what problems you actually faced in preparation as well as in that examination hall. ठीक है, while I will identify some of the problems that in general students are facing. Yes, good evening online students also, and you also participate. I will be also following the comment section. ठीक है, yes. Now first of all, let's talk about the common mistakes that students make. वो फाइल ही डाउनलोड नहीं की गई है. ठीक है, लेट मी once again download it. Yes, so the common mistakes that students are making in their preparation and in examination. So first of all, we'll talk about the examination itself, because that is the manifestation of the preparation journey, right? Then we'll talk about why this is happening in the examination hall. So first of all, see in the examination hall, what common mistakes that students are doing. So we can say that there is a lack of judgment in how many questions are to be attempted. Have you also gone through this problem? Have you given 2023 attempt? You may have faced this problem, right? Because there was new trend, especially of framing those options, only one, only two, only three, none. Because of that, we did not understand how many questions should we attempt to be above that cutoff line, right? So this is the common problem that most of the students face, because UPSC does not keep the difficulty level of the paper same every year. ठीक है, हर साल वो difficulty level same नहीं होता है कभी भी UPSC का. And accordingly, we should also change our attempt that we need to make. Now, some of the toppers, some of the mentors may be saying that 90 के नीचे attempt करके आओगे तो आप रेस के बाहर हो, right? 95, आप ही के आपके फ्रेंड बोलेंगे बाहर कितना अटेम्प्ट किया, मैंने तो 95 किया है, मैंने 98 किया है, बट उसका लिस्ट में नाम नहीं होता है. ठीक है, रिजल्ट में, बिकॉज द अटेम्प्ट दे आर मेकिंग इज बेसिकली अनरियलिस्टिक. वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट यूपीएससी फ्रेम्स सच काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चंस which will be simple, moderate as well as difficult. At least 10 difficult questions will be there that most of the students will not be able to solve it. तो आप कैसे 98 और 97 attempt कर रहे हैं? That means you are faking the things, you are guessing the things, and most of the time it will be negative. So lack of judgment in how many questions to be attempted. आप बताइए, आपने ये फेस किया है प्रॉब्लम? सबने किया है? कभी कभी आप 70 कर रहे हैं, कभी 80 कर रहे हैं. इवन इन मॉक टेस्ट यू मे हैव डन दिस. Now, why we are facing this problem and why it is important to understand how many questions are to be attempted? Because it is competitive examination. You need not to attempt all 100 question or you need not to get 200 marks. ऐसा तो नहीं है ना, ठीक है, ये तो competitive exam है ना. So you have to judge the competition and accordingly change our number of questions or number of attempt in the examination. Now you must be saying, sir, हम कैसे judge करें competition? Yes, you can judge that through all India rank that you get in AIPMT or mock test. You can compare with your competition. Main competition तो आपके यहाँ पर ही है, हम बोलेंगे ओल्ड राजेंद्र नगर में, right? When you give AIPMT, in one of the AIPMT your rank is 500, in other AIPMT your rank is 2000. That means somewhere you have made mistake in attempting number of questions. ठीक है, आपका नेगेटिव गया है वहां पर. इट्स नॉट अबाउट द कॉम्पिटिशन, राइट? तो आप ये कैसे कंपेयर करेंगे? आपका स्कोर और रैंक क्या आ रहा है AIPMT से, एंड फ्रॉम दैट व्हेन यू अपीयर इन द UPSC एग्जामिनेशन you will judge the difficulty level of that year's question paper and then decide, okay, मैंने decide करके आया था 85 करना है but मुझे tough लग रहा है पेपर, so I will restrict myself. ठीक है, आपका हाथ बोलता है करना है करना है करना है और अटेम्प्ट करना है, बट आपको रिस्ट्रिक्ट करना है, ये बहुत जरूरी है. ठीक है, एंड इफ सपोज द पेपर इज कंपैरेटिवली इजी, तो आपको थोड़ा सा ज्यादा अटेम्प्ट भी करने आना चाहिए. ठीक है, जैसे 2016 का पेपर आया था, पूरा का पूरा करंट अफेयर्स वन लाइनर, सब सारे क्वेश्चंस वन लाइनर थे ऑलमोस्ट मैक्सिमम. तो वहां पर जो 90 के नीचे अटेम्प्ट करके आएगा वो रेस से बाहर है, राइट? सो दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम दैट वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड हियर एंड जज. अब आपको लगेगा कि सर हम कैसे समझे कि ये डिफिकल्ट पेपर है और ये, ट्रस्ट योर प्रिपरेशन. ठीक है, आप एक लेवल ऑफ प्रिपरेशन पिछले 3-4 साल से करके यहां तक पहुंचे हैं ना, एक जर्नी रही है ना आपकी. सो ट्रस्ट योर प्रिपरेशन, ट्रस्ट योर नॉलेज, and from that you will understand, okay, if I am not able to attempt this question, then the person sitting besides me is also not able to attempt this question. आपके नॉलेज पे आपका इतना ट्रस्ट होना चाहिए, वो ही स्टूडेंट प्रीलिम्स क्लियर करता है. ठीक है, मैंने बताया ना, इट इज कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जामिनेशन. अंडरस्टूड? तो पहला प्रॉब्लम क्लियर है. सेकंड, not reading the question properly in the first round. Now many students have come to us and let's say they have shared this problem that they make 1 or 2 or 3 readings in those 2 hours, and they try to attempt simple questions in the first round, then they tend to think about some questions in the second round. तो फर्स्ट राउंड में थोड़ा फास्ट रीडिंग में गलत सोच रीड करके वो क्या करते हैं, आंसर गलत कर देते हैं. And of course once you mark on the OMR sheet then it becomes very difficult, right? सबसे मुश्किल फीलिंग तो ये है, आप वो राउंड करते हैं और उसके बाद समझ में आता है कि आपका गलत है. इट्स लाइक मोरल ब्रेकडाउन इन बिटवीन द एग्जामिनेशन. मतलब आगे आपको ऐसी इच्छा भी नहीं होती पेपर में अटेम्प्ट भी करूं, है ना? ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, राइट? एंड दैट्स व्हाई, एंड व्हाई दिस हैपेंस, बिकॉज वी मिस रीडिंग बिटवीन द लाइन्स. Some keyword or twisting of words that UPSC does in some statements or command of the question, and that we miss in that reading. And that's why giving 100% attention in every question is very important. What happens is when we read the next question, the older question lingers in our mind, है ना? क्योंकि हमने उस पर 2-3 मिनट डाले हुए रहते हैं और हमने उसको अटेम्प्ट नहीं किया रहता है. हमारे माइंड बोलते रहता है अरे उसको अटेम्प्ट कर, इतना टाइम डाला है हमने, हम आपका गट फीलिंग बाहर आने लगता है. एंड दैट इज मेन प्रॉब्लम, दैट वी आर नॉट गिविंग 100% टू नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, एंड दैट्स व्हाई वी जनरली मेक मिस्टेक. सो जनरली आई टेल स्टूडेंट्स की लर्न द आर्ट ऑफ लीविंग, LEAVING. ठीक है, तो हर एक नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन में आप जब एंटर करते हो तो पिछले क्वेश्चन को आप माइंड से एम्प्टी योर कप वाला फिलोसॉफी होता है कि नहीं, तो वो करना है यहाँ पर. 100% कॉन्सेंट्रेशन टू 100th क्वेश्चन, then only, because most of the time 100th question is very easy. अब देखिए ज़रा, कुछ कुछ स्टूडेंट पीछे से शुरू करते हैं, इसलिए स्टार्टिंग के टफ लगने लगता है तो पीछे से शुरू करता है, ऐसा होता है ना, राइट? सो यू कैन फॉलो दिस स्ट्रेटेजी. नाउ more negative marks which reduces the score. Now you might have also faced, I would say most of the students may have faced this problem. ठीक है, negative. अब मैं इसकी एक फिलोसॉफी में आपको साथ साथ में बताता हूँ. ठीक है, let's say this is cut off line, right? This is cut off line. Now those who clear the cut off line, they are above it. Those who clear the cut off line and those who do not clear the cut off line, I would say serious candidates. ठीक है, serious candidates का अगर चंक देखेंगे, so they are in this range only of cutoff. Most of the candidates are in this range only. Very rare students have 110, 115, 120. जो IFS clear करने वाले students होते हैं, है ना, वो 1000, 2000 students होते हैं maximum. Otherwise, majority of the students are here just above cutoff line, and majority of the students are just below the cutoff line. That means these and these people have almost equal knowledge level, but the problem is these have got 2-3 question correct and these have got 2-3 question wrong. Now these can be even silly mistakes. अंसारी सर ने अभी एक्सप्लेन किया होगा silly mistakes वाला चीज, right? अब silly mistakes की वजह से अगर आप प्री फेल होते हैं तो you can understand how much regret you carried for next 1 year. ठीक है, so we have to reduce these number of questions. Automatically you will cross this cutoff, आपको समझेगा भी नहीं, ठीक है, 3-4 question. So you have to pay attention to the problematic question, especially where you have confusion between two statements, where you are taking some kind of risk. ठीक है, तो taking calculated risk is very important to reduce the negative marking. Very important. ठीक है, और जो attention वाली चीज बताई मैंने, आप silly mistake जो है ना 1-2 वो कम कर दोगे इसकी वजह से. Give 100% attention. Lack of clarity in knowledge, confusion among two options result in negative marking. This is also true. Like sir might have told you, majority of the questions are moderate in terms of difficulty level. अब वो moderate क्यों बनते हैं? क्योंकि 2 ऑप्शन में confusion है, 2 आपने eliminate कर दिए. Largely you can eliminate 2 options. Problem is with 2 options या फिर 2 statements that you are not able to arrive at the answer, right? तो यहाँ पे 50-50% chance बनता है, probability, right? So in such kind of question, why we are confused? Because there is lack of clarity in terms of information, knowledge. Now why we have such kind of things? First, either there is lack of conceptual clarity. Second, there is lack of number of revisions, and because of that, that information is blurry in your mind. ठीक है, foggy होता है वो information, हवा मैंने पढ़ा तो है, कहीं तो कहीं कोई एक मंथली मैगजीन में मैंने पढ़ा है, कहीं तो कहीं लक्ष्मीकांत सर ने पढ़ाया था, बट मैंने रिवाइज नहीं किया, राइट? वी आर नॉट रिवाइजिंग इट मल्टीपल टाइम्स, एंड दैट्स व्हाई एग्जामिनेशन में क्या होता है? कंफ्यूजन होता है, राइट? देन पुअर टाइम मैनेजमेंट, दोज 2 hours we need to manage very properly, right? Otherwise we will not be able to even read some of the last questions. ये प्रॉब्लम हम बहुत बार देखते हैं स्टूडेंट्स में. Yes, online students, I will address all of your queries, don't worry. ठीक है, how to study, eliminate answers, sir, geography part is huge. I will talk about the geography section also specifically. Yes. Now what I was telling is time management. Time management का problem क्यों होता है? Because we have not addressed this problem in mock test and AIPMTs. ठीक है, what happens is whenever we are dealing with the questions or reading the questions, the problem happens that हम हर एक क्वेश्चन को अटेम्प्ट करने के चक्कर में टाइम ज़्यादा देना शुरू करते हैं स्टार्टिंग से ही. ठीक है, मैं थोड़ा सोचूंगा तो आ जाएगा, मैं थोड़ा सोचूंगा तो आ जाएगा. And because of that, what happens? Last 50 questions, last 40 questions, there are only half an hour or 40 minutes are remaining. And suddenly you will start jumping the questions. ठीक है, तो इससे क्या होगा? आपका अटेम्प्ट जो है वीक होगा, निगेटिव मार्किंग बढ़ेगा, बिकॉज यू आर नॉट गिविंग 100% अटेंशन, यू आर रशिंग इनटू द थिंग्स. ठीक है, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट जो इजी हो सकता है शायद आगे का सेक्शन, वहां पे शायद आपके क्वेश्चन जो है गलत हो जाएंगे, राइट? सो गिविंग इक्वल टाइम, एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई जनरली टेल स्टूडेंट्स दैट you have one iteration of 100 questions in 1 hour 20 minutes. देखिए मैं एक स्ट्रैटेजी बता रहा हूं आपको यहाँ पर. 1 hour 20 minutes. The reason is that you can give ample amount of time to each and every question till that point, and after that for 10 to 15 minutes you can circle the options in the OMR sheet. Still you have now 15 to 20 minutes remaining. ठीक है, तो आप जो बचे हुए क्वेश्चंस जो है उसके ऊपर आप फिर से सोच सकते हो, जहां पर आपको लगता है कि मैंने और थोड़ा अटेम्प्ट बढ़ाना चाहिए. गेटिंग दिस? सो दिस काइंड ऑफ टाइम मैनेजमेंट. नाउ यू हैव टू डू ट्रायल एंड एरर इन AIPMTs एंड मॉक टेस्ट, तभी आपको समझेगा कि आपकी स्ट्रेटेजी क्या है, क्या वर्कआउट हो रहा है. नाउ मेनी टाइम्स लेट्स से UPSC मे फ्रेम लेंथी क्वेश्चंस. 2022 का क्वेश्चन पेपर देखिए आप, लेंदी स्टेटमेंट्स फॉर्म करता है, एक पेज पे दो ही क्वेश्चन है, इधर एक क्वेश्चन है, इधर एक क्वेश्चन है. लेंदी स्टेटमेंट्स. लेंदी स्टेटमेंट्स जनरली आर वेरी इजी क्वेश्चंस. ये UPSC का एक पैटर्न रहा है. ओके, यस यस, द हार्डर इट लुक्स द इजियर इट इज एक्चुअली, राइट? तो आप उसमें घबराइए मत, आप अटेंशन देके उसको ठीक से पढ़िए. यू कैन एलिमिनेट द थिंग्स, राइट? सो if suppose there is lengthy question paper, then you have to understand quickly in first 20 or 25 questions itself that okay, paper is lengthy, we have to read quickly now, go through the things quickly. ये आपको वहीं पे मैनेज करने आना चाहिए in between that paper. So this is how we should use the time management. Now whenever we are circling it, you should always look back to the question every time. ठीक है, हर एक क्वेश्चन को देखिए, आपका ऑप्शन क्या है, फिर ठीक है, 2 बार रीचेक करिए, इतना तो कर ही सकता है. इट इज फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकंड, राइट? सो यू डू दिस, क्योंकि एक भी सिली मिस्टेक जो होती है, कभी कभी ऊपर नीचे आप सर्कल करते हैं, वो मिस्टेक बहुत भारी पड़ सकता है. ठीक है, तो गिव दैट एक्स्ट्रा सेकंड फॉर दैट पर्पस. नाउ लैक ऑफ अटेंशन टू द कमांड ऑफ द क्वेश्चन, ये भी होता है कभी कई बार. नॉट करेक्ट और इनकरेक्ट, बाहर आने के बाद आपका दोस्त बताता है अरे वो इनकरेक्ट था. ठीक है, ऐसा लगता है कि वापस से जाके फिर से नई OMR शीट भरे. बट फाइन. एनी अदर प्रॉब्लम यू फेस्ड इन द एग्जामिनेशन हॉल? यस, ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट. हाउ मच टाइम फॉर ईच क्वेश्चन टू टेक सर? 100 क्वेश्चंस आर देयर, 120 minutes आर देयर. आई वुड से allocate 1 minute per question, because 20 minutes आई वुड से कि आप आगे पीछे रखिए, एनसर्कल करना, और थोड़ा टाइम कुछ क्वेश्चंस के लिए आप ज्यादा देंगे. सो 1 minute इज सफिशिएंट. ठीक है, 1 minute इज सफिशिएंट. रादर कुछ इजी क्वेश्चंस होते हैं, उसमें तो आप 20-30 सेकंड्स में आप कंप्लीट कर देते हो. ठीक है, सो दैट इज नॉट द प्रॉब्लम, राइट? यस. और कोई प्रॉब्लम आपने एग्जाम हॉल में फेस किया इनके अलावा? यस, बेंच. ओके, दैट इज एस्थेटिक्स. ठीक है, अब देखिए बहुत बार क्या होता है ना कि आई एम टेलिंग यू, इट्स लेट्स से पीक समर, 25th of May एग्जामिनेशन, सो इट्स पीक समर, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट लेट्स इन दिल्ली इट्स वेरी हॉट एक्चुअली. सारे जगह पे हॉट होता है, बट दिल्ली में और ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स है. एंड देन देर इज लेट्स से दिस गवर्नमेंट स्कूल एंड द बेंचेस आर लाइक वेरी, सो सच काइंड ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल फैक्टर्स मे अफेक्ट योर. दैट्स व्हाई यू शुड गिव AIPMTs. ठीक है, तो ORN में AIPMTs ऐसे चिपक के पसीने में, आपने लुकमान IAS में ही दिया होगा पिछले साल पंचसूत्रा टेस्ट. ठीक है, तो बच्चों ने नीचे बैठ के AIPMT लिखा है. ठीक है, तो बेसिकली इट इज लाइक अडॉप्टिंग टू द एडवर्स सिचुएशन. ठीक है, कहीं पे भी बिठाओ, खड़े खड़े हम 2 घंटे में पेपर सॉल्व कर देंगे, उसी एनर्जी से, उसी अटेंशन से। ठीक है, तो बेंच कैसा भी हो, कुछ भी हो जाए, वी शुड नॉट पे अटेंशन टू इट। ठीक है, हमारा एम एक ही है, क्वेश्चन पेपर और OMR शीट। ठीक है, सिर्फ और सिर्फ वो आधे मिनट के लिए वो जो साइन करने आता है ना इन्विजिलेटर, हमारा ध्यान सिर्फ वो आधे मिनट के लिए साइड में होना चाहिए, अदरवाइज वो 2 घंटे में हमारा ध्यान किधर भी नहीं जाना चाहिए। ठीक है, अंडरस्टूड, राइट। नाउ व्हाई वी आर फेसिंग दिस प्रॉब्लम? बिकॉज ऑफ सम वीकनेसेस दैट वी हैव इन preparation itself. What are these weaknesses? Let's start in preparation of prelims. Now let me tell you, many of you also might be thinking that अरे 1 महीना में थोड़ा ऑप्शनल कर लेता हूँ, मेरा आंसर राइटिंग नहीं हुआ है, नोट्स मेकिंग नहीं हुआ है, एथिक्स कर लेता हूँ, जल्दी हो जाएगा, फिर प्रीलिम्स के बाद नहीं होगा। You might be thinking like this. हो रहा है ना, ऐसे सोच रहे हो ना? Let me tell you, if you have not cleared the prelims even once, don't fall into this trap. ठीक है, you might be like prepared for your mains examination 90%, 100%. If you do not clear prelims, what is of use? इसका क्या फायदा है? ठीक है, आपका कॉन्फिडेंस जब तक आप प्री पास नहीं होते हो ना, तब तक आपका कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ेगा ही नहीं मेंस लिखने के लिए। ठीक है, so that's why those who have already given once or twice mains examination, they can extend their preparation up to January end, but I would say they should also simultaneously start prelims preparation. 100% अभी मेंस को नहीं देना है। ठीक है, इसके आगे प्रीलिम्स का भी प्रिपरेशन करना है आपको साथ साथ में, राइट? सो लेट स्टार्ट इज प्रॉब्लम, एंड दैट्स व्हाई आप सोचिए ना कितने दिन बाकी है अभी। इट्स अराउंड आई वुड से 146. Okay, now let me allocate last 50 days for giving mocks, AIPMTs, and 90 days for focusing on sectional test, or let's say preparing subject wise, ठीक है, जो weak areas है and all these things. Now if we divide these 90 days by major 6 modules or 7 modules we have, it's only 15 days we have in 100. 15 दिन एक सब्जेक्ट के लिए। सोच सकते हैं आप 15 दिन, आप 15 दिन में एटलीस्ट 2-3 सेक्शनल टेस्ट तो देंगे, 3-4 बार रिवीजन तो करना चाहेंगे, तो वी डोंट हैव टाइम एट ऑल। ठीक है, अब मैं इसको डिवाइड करता हूं 50, लास्ट 50 डेज में हम चलो वन अल्टरनेट डे में मॉक टेस्ट देते हैं, सब एक दिन रिवाइज करते हैं, दूसरे दिन मॉक टेस्ट देते हैं, स्टिल वी कैन गिव ओनली 25 मॉक्स। दैट मीन्स वी डोंट हैव टाइम। You don't think about extending mains preparation now. तो जो टाइम था वो अभी था, काफ़ी टाइम था मेंस के बाद का, ठीक है, 3 महीने का। सो नाउ यू शुड फोकस ऑन प्रीलिम्स प्रिपरेशन। नाउ नॉट आइडेंटिफाइंग स्ट्रॉन्ग एंड वीक एरियाज एंड सब्जेक्ट्स। See, every year we are preparing for prelims, every year we are giving mocks, test series, everything, but we are still lagging. Why we are lagging? Because we are not identifying what are our strengths and weaknesses, which are our strong areas. If history is weak for me, I should understand that and I should strategize for it, how I should deal with that in the examination. ठीक है, what should be my sources, what extra efforts I can put, what is cost benefit of putting that extra efforts and the output in the examination. This should be brainstormed beforehand itself. पहले ही सोचिए इस बारे में, ठीक है। सो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड दैट्स व्हाई वीक एरियाज एंड स्ट्रॉन्ग एरियाज, व्हेन यू आइडेंटिफाई योर स्ट्रॉन्ग एरियाज यू कैन फर्दर स्ट्रेंथन दोज स्ट्रॉन्ग एरियाज, ठीक है। तो आपके फिक्स वाले क्वेश्चन जो होते हैं ना, जो गलत कभी नहीं जाएंगे, वो नंबर बढ़ जाएगा अगर आपके स्ट्रेंथ को आप स्ट्रॉन्ग करता है। दैट मीन्स इफ सपोज ज्योग्राफी इज माय स्ट्रॉन्गर एरिया, so out of those 15-16 questions I will get around 13-14 questions correct. तो ये तो बेनिफिट ही कर रहा है ना अल्टीमेटली टू क्रॉस दैट कट ऑफ लाइन, राइट? श्योर आई विल यूज इंग्लिश, ऑफ कोर्स, नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम, ठीक है, डोंट वरी, राइट? सो व्हाट आई एम टेलिंग यू इज you should understand your strength and weaknesses, जिसको हम SWOT analysis बोलते हैं, ठीक है. SWOT analysis करने की ज़रूरत है, and then you work on your weaknesses and strengthen your strong areas, not focusing on conceptual clarity and interlinking. So in geography, for example, 4-5 questions will be directly from climatology, oceanography, geomorphology related concepts, like statement 1, statement 2, assertion reason type of questions. Now every year they are asking such kind of questions. So that requires conceptual clarity, application of those concepts. So conceptual clarity is very important for topics or subjects like geography, economy, or even polity, I would say, right. So identify these subjects and focus on strong foundation of conceptual clarity. Every year UPSC will repeat these things. आप करंट अफेयर्स से यूपीएससी को ज्योग्राफी से क्वेश्चन पूछने में कोई इच्छा नहीं है, ठीक है, वो करंट अफेयर्स से नहीं पूछना चाहता है एक्सेप्ट प्लेसेस इन न्यूज़. तो 10 क्वेश्चन तो आपके बेसिक से ही आएंगे ना, एंड दैट्स व्हाई यू शुड फोकस ऑन योर कॉन्सेप्चुअल क्लैरिटी, राइट. Then disproportionate time and efforts that we are giving to current affairs as compared to static portion. Many students have come to me and I have quickly identified this problem. कि क्या प्रॉब्लम है आपका. देखिए ह्यूमन माइंड इज वेरी फ्रजाइल, ओके, इट रन्स बिहाइंड द न्यू थिंग्स. करंट अफेयर्स इज न्यू डेवलपमेंट. Your intellect will be always behind those new things. Let's say I will get to know new things, and your mind is seeking new information always, I am telling you, and you are always bored of revising NCERT, revising M. Lakshmikant, revising Spectrum. Why? Because you have already revised that so many times. You feel like, okay, I know about these things. Let's read monthly magazine. Okay, let's read monthly magazine of 2-3 institutes, okay, and we are giving so much of time and efforts in current affairs, and what is the outcome? In final examination, maximum 10 to 15 questions will be from current developments. It is as if even less than any major section of your prelims preparation, right. So how much time we are putting and how much, let's say, outcome we are having. This is very disproportionate, especially for students who are preparing since 3-4 years, because they feel that their static portion is prepared well already. Let me tell you, you need to test that knowledge. Okay, you need to do multiple revisions and solve more MCQs, more sectional tests on that static part itself. ठीक है? So think before starting preparation of current affairs that how much time I am going to allocate for current affairs. Also, you should integrate your current affairs with static part. That means if suppose in afternoon you are going to revise for polity section, then in morning itself you should read the current affairs of polity from the monthly magazine or yearly compilation, whatever you are referring. This is interlinking, okay, and that is going to help you in the examination. Lack of focus on PYQ analysis and revision. Every year UPSC itself repeat 1 or 2 questions as it is. Right to privacy, right to property, preamble related questions, fundamental rights related questions. They repeat welfare state. So many times they have asked. Or even in geography I am telling you that they will repeat many questions. So why we are not focusing on PYQs? Okay. At least last 15-20 years PYQs you should be revising again and again, so that your preparation is in right direction. एक ही direction में चल रहा है. It's not fragmented, or we can say that misdirected. Now what we are witnessing in recent time is, if you do not give 50 plus mock test, then you are not going to clear this examination. ठीक है, मैंने तो सुना है कुछ स्टूडेंट ने 80 मॉक टेस्ट सॉल्व किए हैं पिछले साल. ओके, 80 प्लस, एंड दे हैव नॉट क्लियर्ड एग्जामिनेशन. लेट मी टेल यू व्हाट दे डिड इन दैट. आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड. ठीक है, सी इट्स अ रैट रेस. आई एम टेलिंग यू, यू आर इन कॉम्पिटिटिव एनवायरमेंट. लिविंग इन ओल्ड राजन नगर इज नॉट इजी, राइट. So there is a pressure, peer pressure. Okay, तो आपका रूम पार्टनर ही रोज रात को बैठ के मॉक टेस्ट लिखना रहता है, ठीक है. So but that is not beneficial, no, unless and until it is properly planned, then analysis, evaluation, feedback, and then further incorporating that feedback and then giving next mock test. Whether the graph is like this in next mock test or whether it is like this, फिर ये ऐसा ही चलता रहेगा. और समझो यूपीएससी यहाँ पे आया तो, right, in terms of your performance. So that's why I am telling you, it's not like giving 50 mock test is let's say the benchmark. Rather, we have to understand it's like 20 to 30 including your AIPMTs. I am telling you 20 to 30 including your AIPMTs, and it should be from variety of coachings. Now this is very important, ठीक है. ऐसा नहीं कि मैं बोलूँगा लुकमान का दे दो आप पास हो जाओगे, ठीक है. मैं ये तो नहीं दे रहा हूँ, कोई बोल भी रहा है तो it is wrong, ठीक है. So that's why you should plan accordingly, right. 20 to 30 mock tests including AIPMTs are sufficient, I would say. Referring to random study material, although attractive in the market, मैं तो बोलता हूँ लास्ट के 1-2 महीने में इस मार्केट में चक्कर ही नहीं मारना है, ठीक है. Don't roam around in this market. Every time you will see new study material in that bookstore. Every time you visit, of different coachings I am saying that, ठीक है. और वो attractive भी होता है. Flow chart, mind maps, facts, ठीक है. मतलब PIB compilation, schemes and programs. That means whatever you have already referred, you feel that okay, मैंने कुछ पढ़ा ही नहीं है, ये तो कुछ नया ही है, let's read this. It's not like that. You have already covered 60 to 70% of that study material. Although it may be scattered, but आपने cover कर लिया है, क्यों फिर से पढ़ना है वो? Why we are reading that? We need to be very cautious about it. Reading new study material, especially for current affairs. For current affairs, only one single source, and repeat it, revise it for n number of times. Only one single source. So that means even out of 10 questions, suppose 3-4 questions even come in the examination, आपके वो सही आने चाहिए, बाकी के छोड़ दो, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, ठीक है. So this is important. Now overall randomness in the preparation, no concrete plan which adds pressure in the end. This is also, yes, many students have this kind of thing, problem. And then when there is March and April, slowly there is pressure building up, and you get the feeling that I don't want to give attempt. ऐसा feeling आने लगता है. So many students have met me just before the examination, 1 month, 2 months, and they say that sir ऐसा लग रहा है preparation नहीं हुआ है, सर AIPMT में मार्क कम आ रहा है, 50 आ रहा है, 55 आ रहा है. So I am feeling that I should not give this attempt. Now why this situation has arrived? Because we did not have concrete plan for next 140 days. We are providing you that plan in PGP and PT test series. I am telling you, try to implement that plan. It is very meticulously designed plan. ऐसा नहीं कि random हम provide कर रहे हैं आपको. I am telling you whatever the problem we faced in this preparation or in the examination hall, each and every problem we will overcome here through classroom learning and individual mentoring. ये सारे problems हम deal करेंगे. Why I am saying individual mentoring? Because your problem is different. आपका शायद history अच्छा होगा, इनका weak होगा, but आपका economy weak होगा, इनका शायद वो strong होगा. And that is true, I am telling you. And when you meet your mentor will identify that and immediately will explain you, आपको इस पे थोड़ा टाइम ज़्यादा देना है और कहाँ से पढ़ना है, कितने समय में करना है, right? So individual mentoring is very important now. There is no common strategy for all of you, ठीक है. Common strategy कोई चीज़ नहीं रही है अभी. क्योंकि आपने 2-3 बार अटेम्प्ट दे चुके हैं, ठीक है। आपको आपके जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स वीकनेस है वो आइडेंटिफाई करना है एंड यू हैव टू वर्क ऑन दैम। एंड फाइनली, नॉट अंडरस्टैंडिंग इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ AIPMTs. Many students are basically on the other end of the spectrum. जैसे 80 AIPMTs या मॉक टेस्ट कुछ स्टूडेंट दे रहे हैं ना, कुछ स्टूडेंट जो है 10 भी सॉल्व नहीं कर पाते। They are not even giving 10 mock tests. Why? Because they always of the feeling that सर मेरा रिवीजन ही नहीं हुआ है, सर मेरा रिवीजन ही नहीं हुआ है, पहले मैं रिवाइज करता हूँ, मैं रिवाइज करता हूँ, मैं रिवाइज करता हूँ। सो दे डू नॉट गिव टेस्ट, दैट बिकम्स द प्रॉब्लम, ठीक है। एंड अंडरस्टैंड द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ AIPMTs. It is very important. Why? Because you get to test where you stand in the competition. ठीक है, this is the difficulty level of this question paper. Let's say Lukmaan IAS Panchasutra test or AIPMT test. And in that difficulty level, where I stand in this list, from that you can judge, okay, this was the difficulty level and I am standing here, this is the competition above me. I have to deal with this now. Next AIPMT, you will understand, okay, it was little bit easier side and I can see that now I am moving upward in that list. This is how we have to understand where we stand. I am telling you, automatically you will cross that cutoff line. ठीक है, सोचने की भी जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी if you follow this strategy. Now let's talk specifically about geography. Briefly I will tell you, because other faculties will also tell you about other subjects, right? Focus areas. You can see that geography section has immense weightage in the prelims, and this has been the constant trend. At least last 4-5 years you can see that more than 15 questions have been asked, including places in news. I am saying current developments, places in news, ठीक है, मैपिंग वाला जो पार्ट है, तो मैं उसको इसी का पार्ट बोलता हूँ, ज्योग्राफी का, प्लेसेस इन न्यूज़, ठीक है। कुछ लोग बोलेंगे कि वो करंट डेवलपमेंट का पार्ट है, I will say that it is part of geography, places in news. So what are the focus areas? So focus areas, concepts. So every year UPSC asks concept based questions. Let me give you some examples also. Concept based questions क्या होता है? Look at this, prelims 2023, right? Soil related question, temperature, contrast between continent and ocean, or P waves and S waves, geomorphology. Or this year's question paper, you can see here, thickness of atmosphere, troposphere, why it is thick near the equator and why it is comparatively thinner near the poles. Or the question related to isotherms, deviation of isotherms over the ocean surface, over the land surface in the northern hemisphere. Or you can see here the carbon dioxide, greenhouse gas effect, uske related question. Concept based, right? Every year UPSC will ask, and more focus is on climatology, more concepts are there, ठीक है, तो यहाँ पर ज़्यादा focus होगा climatology, और in general we can say that physical geography. So we need to have conceptual clarity. Another focus area is mapping, and that is static part. Okay. Now which things they are going to ask in the static part? I have done one analysis of last 25 years of UPSC examination and what type of mapping questions they have asked, and this is available here on this video. जो एक हाइपर लिंक यहाँ पे मैंने दी थी, ये टाइटल आप डालिए इस पे YouTube पे, ठीक है। 2 साल पहले का मेरा एक वीडियो है 40 मिनट्स का. I have enumerated all the physical features that have been asked by UPSC in mapping section, around 40 to 50 from India as well as world. Rivers, lakes, hills, passes, or let's say whatever it is, human geography related, economic geography, ports, highways, railway lines, whatever they have asked, I have enumerated them in that session. तो आपके पास वो लिस्ट होनी चाहिए whenever you are preparing mapping section. Okay, so it is available on Lukmaan IAS YouTube channel with this title, what to prepare in geography mapping section for UPSC prelims. You can go through that. Fine. Now you can see the questions, what kind of questions they have asked in the mapping section. ये देखिए स्टैटिक पार्ट से, रिवर्स, रिवर्स इज द फेवरेट एरिया, हर साल एक क्वेश्चन रिवर्स से आता है, बी इट इंडिया और वर्ल्ड रिवर्स, राइट. देन again Congo river basin they are asking here, or you can see here hills, right. Let's not solve these questions, rather I am telling you that which areas they are covering here from the mapping section, what kind of questions they are asking, static part. This year's prelims, they have introduced new pattern of asking question in the match the following time, geography and history. यहाँ से ऐसे क्वेश्चन आए थे जहाँ पर उन्होंने 3 कॉलम बनाए हैं. Now you tell me whether it is easier or difficult question than 2 column. Why?
Because earlier we have to check one on one. Now we have to check one and then if it's correct against the third column.
What about other students? What's your view?
Sir, one more thing is there in this elimination is easy.
Yes, that's why. But I would say that elimination is making these questions easy. Okay, because more the information we have in front of us, we are easily eliminating this, no? ठीक है, देखिए ना 50-50% और 33%. एक भी इंफॉर्मेशन क्लिक कर गई आप एलिमिनेट कर दोगे, राइट. लाइक दीज क्वेश्चंस और दीज क्वेश्चंस, राइट. इफ यू नो एनी ऑफ दीज 3 आप एलिमिनेट कर सकते हैं, राइट. So that's why rather it is easier than 2 column, but the problem is only 1, only 2, only 3 options, and that's why we need to be more sure about that information. So this is the new area or framing of question they have introduced, ऐसा हम बोल सकते हैं, ठीक है. Now places in news, the next area of or focus area that they have is, we can say that the economic geography also, and as well as एक साथ में देखते हैं. See here, distribution of resources, water, energy, mineral resources. Okay, energy resources and mineral resources like cobalt reserves they have asked last year, Democratic Republic of Congo, और ilmenite and rutile किस मेटल का और होता है, टाइटेनियम ऑक्साइड, राइट, टाइटेनियम. या फिर इस साल का जो क्वेश्चन था, it was related to let's say cocoa production, agricultural crop, cocoa production. So it was economic geography, it was related to economic geography, you can say. Now places in news, current development, which places they are focusing, this is the analysis. आप देखिए पिछले 5-10 साल के questions. Regions facing civil conflicts, war, terrorism, ethnic violence, refugee crisis, they have asked refugee camp also, ठीक है. Countries facing economic and political crisis, infrastructure development, ports, last to last year they asked port, Kamrajar port and that information. Airport this year, greenfield airports, ठीक है, greenfield airports पूछे थे उन्होंने. Highways, last year there was this question, trilateral highway, India, Myanmar, pipelines. So these are the infrastructure development. Now less focused areas, but in past UPSC has asked question on these areas. Crops, okay, they have asked different crops, their production, exports, imports from India. Yes, ठीक है, overlapping with economy, right. Then vegetation, types of trees, how many of the above are evergreen trees, पूछा था ये last year. Soils, they have also asked question on soils, different types of soils. Yes, so these are the areas they are focusing, and how we should approach in terms of preparation. ठीक है, geography का क्या books आप follow कर रहे हैं मुझे बताइए. What books you are referring to? Okay, so first of all 11th and 12th standard NCERT, very important, ठीक है. सबसे पहले तो हम वो बोलेंगे कि NCERT पढ़ो. Thereafter GC Leong is also very important, right. And for mapping section, atlas reading. So daily half an hour atlas reading is very important. Daily half an hour, especially in evening time, you try to do this. Daily read one map in that atlas. Observe the things, highlight the things, और आपके पास वो लिस्ट होनी चाहिए 40-50 प्लेसेस का, जो मैंने वीडियो बताया उसका, और वही उसमें देखने का. यस, बट लेट मी टेल यू, हमारे पास 2 ही सेशंस है पीजीपी में, एक वर्ल्ड और एक इंडिया. तो उसमें जो भी एटलस रीडिंग मैं करवाऊंगा दैट विल बी फाइन, बट यू हैव टू रिवाइज इट अगेन एंड अगेन. एक रीडिंग में आपका माइंड में फिक्स नहीं होगा ना. तो मैप रीडिंग मैं करवाऊंगा सारा पूरा एक बार, बट आपको खुद से भी रिवाइज करना है डेली प्रैक्टिस के लिए. प्लेसेस इन न्यूज़ इन लास्ट 1 ईयर, द फोकस एरियाज जो अभी मैंने हाईलाइट किए हैं वो होने चाहिए. देन स्पेशल मॉड्यूल दैट वी हैव ज्योग्राफी थ्रू मैप्स, वो थोड़ा एक्सटेंसिव मॉड्यूल है. इफ़ यू फील दैट आई शुड सिक्योर माई मार्क्स इन द मैपिंग सेक्शन, हम ये फरवरी और मार्च में लॉन्च करेंगे, ये मॉड्यूल होगा. एंड दैट विल बी लाइक 6 लेक्चर्स 5 सेशंस काइंड ऑफ थिंग, जिसमें हम एक्सटेंसिव कवरेज कर लेंगे उसमें. ठीक है. देन मल्टीपल रिविजन्स टू डेटा फैक्ट्स इन ज्योग्राफी, इकोनॉमिक ज्योग्राफी, जो आप मेंस के लिए तैयारी करते हैं, राइट, तो वही आप रिवाइज करिए. डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ रिसोर्सेज, इंडस्ट्रीज एंड देयर लोकेशंस, और ट्रांसपोर्ट, ऑल दिस थिंग्स. सॉल्व मिनिमम 5 सेक्शनल टेस्ट. ठीक है. तो ये सारी चीजें आपको करनी है ज्योग्राफी सेक्शन के लिए. डू यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चन रिलेटेड टू ज्योग्राफी? यस. आपको लगता है कि ये क्वेश्चन रैंडम है? मैं एक एग्जांपल देके बताता हूँ. ठीक है, एक एग्जांपल सिंपल. आप ये क्वेश्चन देखिए. विथ रेफरेंस टू हिमालयन रिवर्स ज्वाइनिंग द गंगा डाउनस्ट्रीम ऑफ प्रयागराज फ्रॉम वेस्ट टू ईस्ट, which of the following correct is the sequence? Now these are the major tributaries of Ganga. While doing mapping section, we cannot miss this thing. It's not random. Ganga, Brahmaputra, Indus and Kaveri, these are the prominent rivers they have been asking. Its tributaries also. ब्रह्मपुत्रा पे भी पास में क्वेश्चन आया है, हाउ मेनी ऑफ द अबव आर ट्रिब्यूटरीज ऑफ ब्रह्मपुत्रा रिवर. इंदस पे भी आया हुआ है, राइट. इंदस एंड इट्स ट्रिब्यूटरीज लाइक झेलम रिवर, लेक, सो प्रोमिनेंट एरियाज. तो वो मिस नहीं करना है. मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये क्वेश्चन जो है आप ये गलत करिए ही मत. ठीक है. इफ यू पुट एन एफर्ट ऑफ डेली हाफ एन आवर इन मैपिंग सेक्शन, एटलस रीडिंग. अच्छा, तो आपने मैपिंग सेक्शन एटलस रीडिंग किया है, तो हमने करना है वो. ठीक है. ये यूपीएससी रिपीट करता है ना, ये चीज़ें आती है ना हर साल, तो हमें डेली हाफ एन आवर देना है. ठीक है. एंड यस, पीजीपी सेशंस विल आल्सो हेल्प यू अ लॉट इन दैट. ठीक है. राइट. नाउ फाइनली लेट मी आल्सो एंड इट ऑन द हायर नोट ऑफ सम डोज ऑफ मोटिवेशन. ठीक है. तो एक छोटी सी स्टोरी बताना चाहूँगा. स्टोरी ऐसी है कि एक होनहार लड़का उड़ीसा के एक विलेज से, अच्छा ये नहीं समझ रहा है, नहीं ठीक है, ओके. So there is very hard-working student, one hard-working student. He comes, he belongs to a village in Odisha. So he decides to prepare for UPSC examination. So he comes in Delhi for preparation. Now he is from poor background, so he is not able to join the costly institute programs and all, foundation program or ये सब चीज़. And because of that, he starts preparing by self. Okay, he has some support from family, minimal support, and some scholarship from the state government. So he is preparing. Now in first attempt, what happens is he is not able to clear the examination. Why? Because in self-study, he is not able to have conceptual clarity. And I told you in prelims, it's very important to have conceptual clarity. So somehow he understands this thing, and then he gives the scholarship test of different institutions like Lukmaan IAS for foundation batch, and he clears with flying colors, and he gets admission in the foundation batch. So he starts preparing for the next attempt by doing classes, giving test. But the foundation course is of 11-12 months. By the time he completes that foundation course, he is not able to do the answer writing practice. So he clears the prelims, but he is not able to clear the mains examination. Okay, fine, he understands this, and next year he do the answer writing practice. So for optional as well as GS. and in next attempt he is able to even clear the mains examination, and he reaches up to the interview call. Now in interview, the interview panel asked, one of the interview panel member asked him that in last 4 or 5 years we can see that you, after your graduation you haven't done anything, what you were doing. This part I will say in Hindi, ठीक है, थोड़ा वजन आता है बोलने में. तो उसने पैनल मेंबर से कहा कि सर मैंने हार नहीं मानी, सर मैं लड़ा. ठीक है, सर मैंने हार नहीं मानी, सर मैं लड़ा. क्योंकि पैनल मेंबर ने पूछा ना क्या किया आपने, तो उसने बोला कि मैंने हार नहीं मानी, मैं लड़ा हर एक उस इंसान से जिसने सोचा कि मैं ये एग्जाम क्लियर नहीं कर पाऊंगा. मैं लड़ा हर एक उस मन की भावना से जो मुझे निगेटिव फीलिंग्स लाती थी, डीमोटिवेट करती थी. मैं लड़ा उस हर एक काली रात से जो बुरे ख्याल और बुरे सपने लेके आती थी. सर मैं लड़ा उस हर एक समस्या से जो मुझे सफलता की ओर बढ़ने में बाधा डालती थी. सर मैं लड़ा उस हर एक मेरी कमजोरी से जो मैं सक्सेस पाने में मुझे रोकती थी. सर मैं लड़ा, मैंने हार नहीं मानी. ठीक है, तो आपको भी हार नहीं माननी. समझ में आया? कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम हो तो आपको लड़ना है, प्रॉब्लम्स को ठीक है डील करना सीखना है, हर एक प्रॉब्लम. ठीक है, सो डोंट गेट डीमोटिवेटेड एट एनी पॉइंट ऑफ time of this preparation journey, and if you feel that, I am always available, 2nd floor, Lukmaan IAS, Old Rajan Nagar. ठीक है, fine. Now Shivang sir will continue for the economy section, right? Okay, fine, thank you.
So, we will talk about the economy section. Basically, in this particular thing, only if you talk about prelims, economy is the only thing where you can apply your mind. And before attempting, you have certain gut feeling that, okay, I have attempted a correct question. That can be true for economy, I guess. And every now and then you need to have this feeling that, okay, there are concepts, but there are real life applications also. And UPSC post, I guess from 2023 onwards, I would say, they have started asking questions more application based. Even the statements have become more complex. If you go and see the economy statements, they are just taken from a newspaper article or something like a straight away discussion between two economists, just like that. They will take I can say a portion from this and just they will frame the question. So, it is not like, okay, I will just take a concept, okay, this is, if BOP is current account and capital account, and knowing only the two aspects of current and capital, I will be able to solve the question. That is not the case currently if I say about economy. So, before that we need to know why economy is important. So, they have been asking 15 to 16, sometimes they even ask 20 questions if you club those schemes and all those things. And if you want to get that qualification, you need to score at least 12 correct. You will say, okay sir, can I skip economy? No, it is not possible. If you try to skip economy, you are in, you can say, in a limbo, whether you will be able to qualify or not, that will hinge upon your probability, 50% probability. But that is not the case with economy. So, to get this good attempt, you need to have this 12 correct. I am not talking about 12 attempts. Attempts could be 16 all, attempted all 16 questions, but that should be 12 correct. And then only you can say, okay, you need to score at least 60 correct questions, because there would be certain issues that you may have attempted certain wrong questions. So, within that 12 questions should come from economy, else it is very difficult to clear the economy as, or you can say prelims. And if you are not thorough with static plus contemporary, because in economy they do not ask current, they always ask contemporary development, and that contemporary can be based upon any economic shocker. It could be from 2020 onwards. So, you need to know about before 2020 what used to be the base year, that used to be 2014. The moment government came to power, all these questions were after. In 2015 this was asked, trend used to come from 2015 till 2019, but now you will see pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, and you need to know the trend, how the GDP is doing, how the inflation is doing, and within these 4 or 5 years there have been many developments in different sectors. And economy in prelims, the syllabus is not defined. They say the economy. There are many other topics. I will just discuss what are the core syllabus about economy. So, they have mentioned this as the syllabus. This is it in prelims. In mains they have defined syllabus. And as far as economy in prelims and economy in mains is concerned, you will find this portion. This portion has higher weightage. Fiscal policy or government budgeting as a whole has higher weightage in mains, or agroeconomy has very high weightage in mains, but that is not the case with prelims. In case of prelims, they always go for these two, and this is the only development that you need to know. Financial market, earlier they used to only ask from banking. They have added financial market, and of late they have been going into equity investing and all these things, mutual fund, all those terminologies as well as concepts appearing in economy. We will see some of the questions also. And now economy is not just limited to class 12th or class 11th macroeconomy or Indian economic development, it also includes business studies. Have you gone through business studies as a subject of class 11th? How many of you have this commerce background? Business studies, you must have read about management and financial markets and all these things. And you will find out that some of the questions are appearing from business studies in economy. Although they say economy as a subject, but that is more about business studies. Apart from that, they have added contemporary development, which could be a discussion between an economist or a Niti Aayog member coming out with a statement. That could be a personal statement, but since it is coming out from a person which is authorized by the government, they could take away that statement straight away and could mold it into a statement based question straight away. And you will say that how is it possible, but they will say, because they will justify that accordingly. It is not ki okay, prelims mein ki what we see, monetary policy, we know all these indicators, but how monetary policy is operating in real world, they will ask that question. And that could include many of those developments which includes various other micro domains operating together. Okay. So, that is why this section itself is 70% of the syllabus, and this is very huge. Capital market, money, financial market, banking system, contemporary development, it could be regulations. What they have been asking? They have been asking about regulations by RBI, by SEBI, some of those regulations, capital adequacy ratio, or some of those alternate investment funds, and that is not within the scope of economy. That is way beyond that, but you need to know all because we always come across these developments in the newspaper. The banking system, some HDFC bank got penalized by not adhering to capital adequacy norms. And they'll ask question based on some of these developments, what is the exact regulation? And only 2 or 3 or 4 questions only are from conceptual part. So, you need to know the concepts, but knowing only static won't fetch you good marks in economy. You need to know the contemporary development. Okay. So, if we define 3 important topics, earlier it used to be money and banking, now it is money, banking and capital market. Contemporary development, it could be schemes, it could be regulations, it could be terms. Dabba trading, there is a term which was in news, informal trading beyond the scope of capital market, just bypassing the exchange market, and they can ask on this. They can ask front running, abhi Ketan Parikh ka ek chal raha hai. They can ask anything ki how loans are defined. Suppose small finance bank has a specific mandate that they cannot give this much amount to a particular borrower. Suppose SFBs are actually allowed to give loans, they cannot give their portfolio to a single borrower. And knowing all these norms only, you can have a gut feeling, okay, you may not be knowing all these things, but you need to know at least these important points. Okay, these are the certain things that we need to know. Earlier, we were only knowing about the Basel norms and CAR and all these things. Now, we need to know about the ratios also. What all are the mandates for public sector bank, for small finance bank, for NBFCs, what all are the criteria and what all are the various limits. Because now, RBI, SEBI, RBI grade B, SEBI, even you talk about EPFO examination, now they are asking these questions because they know that people who are preparing for civil services, they are also preparing for RBI. They must be having certain knowledge about RBI grade B. They may be preparing for EPFO, APFC and all these things. Though they need to know about these concepts also. It cannot be only macroeconomy, balance of payment, money and banking, government budgeting and all GDP, national income accounting. If you go and see national income accounting, that used to be the dominant theme before, you can say 2000. What is GDP, what is net national income at factor cost, they have stopped asking. They moved to money and banking, now they are moving to capital market, and they'll add on many of these concepts about regulators, provident fund, IRD, insurance is in news, they can ask some of the terminologies of insurance. And you cannot debate, okay, this is not an economy part. That is a part of economy, insurance is also a part of economy. You need to know these things in details, at least some of these things which are important as far as economy is concerned. The real part of economy, rather than only factual knowledge. Just like and last year, okay, and I am not talking about last year, this 2024, what they did, they took 2 extremes, very basic question and extremely tough. So, there was one question and this capital, working capital and fixed capital, and that is the topic of class 9th economy. Nowhere apart from class 9th, you will be knowing about this working capital and fixed capital in a standardized book of NCERT. And they went as back as class 9th economy, first chapter, story of village, Palam. They have this capital, how they will arrange for the capital. The capital is of 2 types, fixed capital and working capital. That is categorically mentioned in a paragraph in NCERT, and they just straight away picked it from that particular chapter. Even if you scroll all those things in any newspaper, you won't be getting it. And apart from that, they also ask this thing, and this is a very specific rule by RBI.
ये हमारी और आपकी बात है, तुम
So
सुनना मत।
taking both
देखो अंदर
extremes,
जितने भी लोग हैं
you
ना,
can
सब bright
prepare on
कपड़े
this.
पहने हुए हैं।
It is very
तो
easy.
वो वैसे ही
But
चमकते
that
हैं।
becomes very
मेरी
difficult
case में
because
dark कपड़े
what
पहने
happens,
वैसे, तो थोड़ा सा
you cannot
brightness
keep
आप
on just
हटा देना।
reading, mugging up those regulators, how, why they are important. It is very difficult to gauge all those 5 years development. Even if you go and search about ki what was the development 1 year
ज़्यादा
back,
नहीं,
you won't
वैसे
be
नहीं
able
करना
to
है,
get that idea.
बस थोड़ा सा, हाँ।
Okay, you won't, if you go and see ki what was the news that appeared in December 2022, it would be very difficult to connect those dots. Because information is just, it is getting churned out in a very huge volumes. It is very difficult to filter out what is very important. And that is why economy needs that special, ek hota hai na ki we need to have, okay, this is noise and this is important thing. And why is it important? Because this was making rounds. And that could be any legislative changes. Insurance, this is in news. GST, this is in news. And they can club these things together. Some of the basic concepts, which could be only asked in some of the general insurance examination, but that may appear in economy also. They are diversifying those options in economy. They have all their question, everyone is done with GDP, everyone is done with monetary policy, everyone is done with CRR and SLRs. Now they will be asking, what could be the possibilities of tweaking these tools? Okay. Similarly, see this statement. This is just a statement which was taken from standardized, you can say, newspaper. A common statement, and they just connected it with their own explanation. This appeared as a part, and they connected it. And earlier they used to not ask; they only used to say कि इतना छोटा statement होता था. Now they have just stretched it. This year also they added, a question came about US dollars. What if US government defaults on its bonds? So will the borrowers or the holders of that bond be paid or not? That is all because they are just tracking the developments. Whether that would happen or not, that is a possibility only. But they are taking these things. All because US elections, US had breached its debt ceiling limits. US has a debt ceiling limit. Every year they just increase that debt ceiling. And based on that, just to check about the concept, they asked it. Okay. And this is how the second type of question which they are asking is about business studies. None of these things are related to economy. Financial instruments, assets and liabilities. Suppose they may ask ki what is an asset for RBI? Is draft an asset for RBI, demand draft? No. What could be an asset for RBI? Loan. Apart from loan? Bonds is an asset. Government securities is an asset. What is the criteria? The idea is anything which is earning. But you will find out RBI has listed many of these things. Sometimes what happens, there could be 3 or 4 items. One thing would be only that particular thing where you will be needing to know about that particular thing, especially categorically mentioned in RBI lists. You may try out, okay, these are based on concepts, but that would be one thing which they will try it, okay, this is the only thing which can be tweaked. Although that becomes a difficult question, but if you want to score, you need to attempt that thing. You need to make sure that that has been read by you. And it is very difficult. RBI, if you go in RBI, there is IRDAI, they have brought in many of these things. Then there is SEBI. So you need to cover it from multiple perspectives. As far as prelims is concerned, that has no resemblance, that won't help you in mains. That is why economy in prelims and economy in mains is quite different. Economy in prelims, you need to know about how many things you know. And economy in mains is how clear your concepts are while writing and how multiple perspective you can add into your answers. And both are equally important because in mains also that is 100 marks. 100 marks out of 250 GST. That is the standardized thing. And in mains, in prelims also 32 marks out of 200. So that is why you need to, and this is also, this capital expenditure, we have been reading about capital expenditure from the perspective of government's budgeting, but that has not been asked from the perspective of government's budgeting. This appeared in 2022 prelims. That is from the perspective of firm. How do they categorize it? There are standardized model categorization of capital expenditure, capex and revex. So you need to know some of these things, because that is all about background knowledge. In economy, you need to have that background knowledge as far as prelims is concerned. Background knowledge, if you get that background knowledge, you can straight away be assured that that is correct. Okay. So, basic idea is you need to have a static note. You cannot build upon just going on all these things just on bits and pieces. You need to have a static note. Okay, this is all because there is a concept beneath it. Then you need to top it up with contemporary development, and that is very huge. If you try to do it from your own perspective, you can go and see, okay, these are the developments for the past 1 year, but there are certain developments which have been carrying on for the past 3 or 4 years, 5 years. For example, cess distribution. Cess distribution between center and states, and that is an issue, compensation to states, just from the perspective how GST compensation is, and they have clubbed it all together and they have brought in how cess would be distributed all together. This is a development which took place in 2017 and it is still an ongoing development, and that is why you need to know about these things. How has been the journey of cess as a dispute, economic, you need to know, okay, what has been the constitutional provisions are there because of GST implementation, what all are the legislative frameworks which allow it or not. Then there is finance commission also, how would they actually distribute it, and then economic perspective. And that is why it becomes a multiple perspective domain as far as economy is concerned. Okay. Then obviously 2 important documents, budget and economic survey. Budget may not help you in prelims, but that will give you an idea about how the government expenditure goes about. You need to have that idea. The same thing is about economic survey. Economic survey would give you ideas about how the economy is going as far as the different parts of economy is concerned. Even the climate financing, they have added the chapter also, climate financing and climate related economic aspects. And you need to know, just like greenium as a topic, green premium, which was in news. What is greenium? If I ask you what is greenium? Greenium. So this is a term which was in news. Every year that comes up in news whenever there is climate deal. Climate financing, it's all about money involved. And this was in news, green premium. Technically, what happens, what is a premium? When we are ready to pay more for something which technically requires less of an investment, but we are ready to pay more, that is premium. But in case of any green financing, you are ready to take less of the interest. Suppose if you are investing in a normal bond, you will say, I want 7% in return. And if someone is paying 8%, you will say, I am getting 1% premium, because I am getting better return on it. But suppose that particular bond is being invested, the money which is being garnered through that particular bond is being invested in a green project, you will say that I am paying greenium of 1%, that means I am ready to take only 6% return. Although I could have gotten 7%, I am ready to forego that 1%, because the money that would be fetched through that particular investment would go into climate financing. And that particular thing, negative aspect, is greenium, and that was making rounds in 2024 first half or 2023 November, greenium as a term. So that is how they try to keep in these terms also, and you need to know about these things. That can become a value addition point as far as mains is concerned, and that becomes a source whenever you attempt prelims question, and that may appear. Don't be in this feeling that, okay, the most important topics would only appear in prelims. They can ask you anything, and that is all about background knowledge. Background knowledge is having this critical thinking ability, okay, I have learnt enough, based on my domains, I can attempt it. I have learnt enough based on that knowledge, because it is very difficult to know everything about, just like this question only, I just make sure there is one question. Suppose this was a question, even if there was a statement, there is no minimum capital requirement for wholly owned banking subsidiaries in India. Suppose that there is a foreign bank whose subsidiaries are working in India, HSBC for example. Would there be any capital requirement or not?
Yes, yes,
Obviously, if they need to operate it, they will have to adhere to RBI norms. 500 CR or 10% CAR is there. This was easily, that could have been eliminated, but this required intelligent guess. But if you do not have knowledge about capital requirements, straight away the background knowledge comes into picture कि capital requirement तो होना ही है. If you want to operate in India, you need to adhere to the law of the land. And who is making it? It is the regulator RBI. They cannot have class legislation, okay, this particular banking system you are not allowed, okay, this particular bank you are allowed to have this thing. This thing is a thing where you need to know, okay, if you need to operate, and this is how your intelligent guess comes into picture. If there is a subsidiary which is working in India, they need to have Indian people onboarded, and you could have taken an intelligent risk. That becomes a risk wala part. कि वो रिस्क लेना पड़ेगा. यू कैन नॉट ओके एंड गो कि अच्छा पूरा पढ़ लेते. सपोज अनदर क्वेश्चन कम्स, स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक 12% एंड पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक 10% कैपिटल एडिक्वेसी रेशियो. सपोज दिस स्टेटमेंट कम्स, कैन इट बी कि किस SFB का ज़्यादा होगा या पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक का ज़्यादा होगा? First of all, what is capital adequacy ratio? You need to have your own reserves, basically your own capital, so as if there is any banking crisis, your own money can come to the rescue. That is all about capital adequacy ratio. Suppose who is taking more risk? Small finance bank. So if this statement appears, this could have been based on your background knowledge कि okay, this is having a more risk, this is correct. I'm not talking about exact value. Exact values are 15% and 12%. But you need to have that feeling, okay, there is a risk in banking system, who is taking more risk? You cannot say, okay, sir, how this appeared, all because it tested your background knowledge. You are knowing about CAR, CRAR, whatever you say. You are knowing that, okay, SFBs are into risky lending. Obviously, risky lending, all of them are, majority of them are unsecured lending. They need to have higher capital requirements. You cannot just mug up all those requirements. If you are knowing this thing, that is well and good. But if you are not knowing it, you need to use your background knowledge, your critical thinking and elimination. Elimination can only happen if you know the basic concepts and you know about the contemporary developments. नहीं तो वो तो 25% probability है, any answer has this 25% probability. So if you talk about, obviously earlier I used to recommend 11th and 12th, but now from this year I have been saying that go and revise 9th and 10th also. 9th and 10th, 4 chapters from 9th and 4 chapters from class 10th. They can ask, they can just pick straight away a line from NCERT class 9th, and that would be a specific thing that could justify your question. You need to know this thing. Then any standardized book. Currently Ramesh Singh or Nitin Singhania is doing good in terms of prelims. They are doing good concepts, but you need to update the data. They cannot keep on adding updated edition every now and then. You need to update the data because trend based question always appear in prelims. Current affairs about terms, schemes and regulations. RBI always keeps on changing regulations. Just now they have just changed CRR. For the past 2 years, 2.5 years, they were not tweaking CRR, but they changed CRR. You need to know about, okay, CRR has been changed, and they can straight away form a statement based on that. Then in PGP also, what we'll do, we'll make sure that static as well as current contemporary development based on 4-5 years development. We'll make sure that that is more a handy notebook for you, a notes where you will make sure that, okay, I have things which all appeared in those 1.5-2 years, or some of those trends up to year 2020, 5 years. You will have ready-made material to revise on these developments, and that would also include certain static portion also, because static development you need to know in prelims don't have this feeling, okay, all the questions would appear from the current affairs or current developments. They can ask static and they keep on asking, or they can just connect it with it. So that is all about economy section, but you cannot ignore economy. If anyone who clears prelims has a good control over economy as a subject. Okay, so thank you.
Hello everyone, good evening. I hope I am audible to all of you. Online also? Alright. So far discussion has happened on multiple subjects, and especially we are targeting the UPSC Prelims exam of 2025. And my name is Zahidul. I am going to take the discussion of science and technology section here. So we will understand about what you have to do in science and technology, right? So let us quickly open that. All right. So, Shivji, my mic is working? Okay. So basically, see, all of you are preparing for UPSC Prelims exam of 2025. And you know how important Prelims exam is, because Prelims exam is your gateway to UPSC civil services preparation. I mean, like, you know, if you qualify prelims, then you will go to the next stage, you will be writing mains exam, then you are going to appear in interview, and finally you are going to qualify. And the main challenge is that majority of the candidates are rejected at the prelims stage itself. Majority of the candidates do not make it through the prelims exam. So this is the main hurdle, and because of this particular thing, students feel that, like, you know, they are not the right candidates for UPSC CSE preparation. Let me tell you, this is not right. Over the past many years, we have seen many candidates who failed in UPSC prelims exam in the initial stages. The moment they qualified the prelims exam, they were the ones who scored all India rank, let's say top ranks. We have, let's say, Mehak Jain, all India rank 17 in the past. She did not qualify prelims for 2 times, and then third time, the moment she qualified prelims, she got all India rank 17. And then we have, let's say, we have many other candidates also. I am a person who manages the interview guidance program also in our institute. So I have interacted with most selected candidates, the candidates, let's say, who have made it through all these stages. And the thing is, basic thing is that the prelims exam is most uncertain stage of your preparation. If you are able to qualify prelims, then you will be among, let's say, like, those candidates who are going to write mains, and let's say out of every 3 candidates, 1 candidate is going to qualify the mains also. But in prelims, this ratio is very high. Every year, more than 10 lakh people, let's say, apply for the prelims exam. So the thing is, are you facing any difficulty in qualifying the prelims? I would say the most, let's say, important difficulty that the students are facing is that they are not making proper strategy to qualify the prelims exam. Means from now you have only 4 months, but if you do not devote your time in a proper manner, you will not be able to, let's say, cover all the subjects thoroughly. This will be one aspect. You will not be able to revise them properly, and also it is possible that you are not doing practice, right? Practice is also important for the prelims exam. So Lakshmikant Jaivhe sir might have shared some mistakes, common mistakes that students make. So the thing is, at this point of time, you should be, let's say, clear-headed that you are going to appear in UPSC prelims and you are going to qualify the prelims, and you have 4 months of time period now. This is the same situation that students face after qualifying prelims. Once you qualify prelims, then again you have 3 to 4 months time period. During that, you have to read all the subjects for the mains exam. So how effectively you can utilize this time? You can utilize this time by, let's say, like, joining the Prelims Guidance Program maybe, or whatever you think you can do. But the thing is, like, in the Prelims Guidance Program, multiple faculties are there. They're going to cover their own subjects in depth. They're going to share important insights that's going to help you to qualify the prelims. When we talk about science and technology subject, right? In prelims, science and technology is known as general science. In the mains exam, it is known as science and technology, right? If you see the syllabus, only they mention general science. But if I talk about the standard of the questions, the nature of the question that is asked in prelims exam, the nature and standards of question are so high that even a person who has graduated from any field of engineering or maybe from MBBS candidate, they are not able to solve questions that are connected with their own field. And if I talk about other fields, that becomes very difficult. And most of the candidates who are preparing for UPSC CSE, they do not have a strategy to cover the science and technology subject for the prelims exam and also for the mains exam. Ask yourself, you will identify this particular thing, that even you do not have the strategy how to cover, let's say, science and technology. Why? Because related to science and technology, there is no standard source. There is no simple book that, like, you read this book and you will be able to, let's say, solve all the questions in the prelims exam. None of the book gives you that particular surety, assurance. So resource is lacking, one part. Apart from this, those candidates who are technical graduates, they have something in their mind that, like, we are technical graduates, we will be able to tackle the science and technology questions. But the thing is, in your graduation, the science and technology that you read is very, let's say, like, very outdated, I would say, because, like, you are reading basic things, and, like, in UPSC, they are asking application based questions related to science and technology. So if you don't have a focused preparation strategy to cover science and technology, you will not be able to solve science and technology related questions either in the test series or in the UPSC prelims exam. This is the thing. And apart from this, if I talk about those candidates who are non-science and tech graduates, I mean, like, candidate who has graduated from humanities or from other fields, what they believe, they feel that science and technology is too tough for me. Means they have a sense that I will not be able to solve science and technology questions in the prelims exam. So the thing is, I will focus on other areas in the prelims exam. So somehow the technical graduates are missing on solving the questions related to science and technology. Non-technical like graduates are also missing on solving the science and technology questions. Why? Because, let's say, like, technological graduates, they have a sense that they will be able to do, but they are not actually putting effort to prepare science and technology. Others who are non-science graduates, so basically what they are doing, they are feeling that this subject is very difficult. So here comes the role of a faculty. I mean, like, I'm a person who is going to teach science and technology in the classroom. I'm going to talk about what are the recent trends related to science and technology, what is the underlying concept related to science and technology. And that's going to help you understand which areas are important for the prelims exam, which areas are important for the mains exam. And I'm going to share those concepts with you in the classroom. And apart from this, I'm going to provide notes also. Okay, you can go through those notes. You can practice the test in the classroom here. And after solving the test, right, if you come across any doubt in any question, you can come and interact with us. And we are going to help you address those doubts. Trust me, if you have appeared in the prelims exam in the past, you might have felt that, like, science and technology questions are there and you were not able to solve those questions. Even if you have attempted, most of the questions that you have attempted might have been wrong. Why? Because many of you do not have a strategy to prepare science and technology. Okay. So let me discuss about, let's say, like, what are the things that we are going to discuss in science and technology. So basically in the prelims guidance program, so these are the list of faculties who are going to cover their respective subjects. So my name is Zahidul, so I'll be taking 5 classes for science and technology in the prelims guidance program. Okay, 5 classes only for science and technology. And in those 5 classes, I'm going to cover all areas of science and technology from where UPSC is asking questions nowadays. Okay, and also I'm going to help you understand the previous year questions. Means you will go through the previous year questions, you will go through the recent topics, you will understand the fundamental concepts also. So that will make your preparation holistic related to science and technology. Now, when we talk about what is the weightage of science and technology in the UPSC prelims, so the weightage of science and technology varies from year to year. On an average, 10 to 15 questions are asked by UPSC every year. 10 to 15 questions means 10 to 15% weightage in the prelims exam. Every question has 2 marks, 100 questions, 200 marks, right? Every question has 1%, 10 to 15 questions, 10 to 15% in the prelims exam. So the thing is, like, if you cover your science and technology thoroughly, you will be able to, let's say, score significant number of marks in the prelims exam. That's going to help you to qualify the prelims exam. Okay. So this is the, I mean, like, this is about weightage from in 2024. Right, 13 questions were there, 2023, 12 questions, 2022, 12 questions, 21, 14 questions. You see, on an average, it is around 10 to 15 questions in the prelims. Number of questions may vary, okay. But the thing is, like, it is a significant portion for the prelims exam. And it is a difficult section for the prelims exam. For technical graduates also, for non-technical graduates also, because they are not preparing, they don't have a strategy, they don't have a single source to prepare from. And here comes the role of the faculty, because I am the one who is, let's say, going through science and tech topics every day. If there are any recent development, so I am updated about it, okay. So I'll be making notes of it, and I'm going to talk about those topics in the classroom. Most of you might be knowing that, like, artificial intelligence is the latest development, right? But the thing is, like, if I talk about quantum computing, Google has come up with a quantum chip, which is known as Willow. That quantum chip of Google is able to do the computation in 5 minutes. That's going to take the fastest supercomputer in the world. How much time? 10 septillion years. What do we mean by 10 septillion years? 1 septillion year is equal to, okay, 1 septillion year is equal to 1 into 10 raised to power 24 years. Do we understand this value? Very high value, means, like, more than the age of the universe. The fastest supercomputer of the world will take more than the age of the universe to compute that much, which will be done by one single chip, quantum chip, which has been built by Google, and it is known as Willow. Okay, it is known as Willow, Google's quantum chip. So this is the thing. This is, I mean, like, this is what you need to be updated about. right? You need to know what is quantum computing, what are principles of quantum computing, what is quantum superposition, what is quantum entanglement, and what are other principles of quantum computing and all. So you should be knowing about those things. Okay, this is just one example, but like, you know, in almost every area there are different examples. And if I talk about which are the important areas from where UPSC asks questions, these are some of the areas that I have listed. But apart from this, there are many other areas from where UPSC asks questions. Biotechnology has been a prominent area over the last 10 years, that at least 2 questions UPSC asks every year from biotechnology. Okay, so it has been a prominent area. Apart from this, space science and technology is another prominent area. Last year, like, we have launched Chandrayaan 3, right? It has landed on the moon, and from there UPSC has asked a kind of, let's say, like, you know, 15 marker question in the mains exam directly. And every part of the question, that question had around 4 parts. Every part of the question I have taught in the classroom, right, related to that. So this is the thing. So from space technology also they ask many questions. From information technology, lot of questions, right? Information technology, for example, software as a service, edge computing, right? 5G technology, cloud computing, many such topics UPSC asks questions. You need to know about those topics also, and then you need to know the nuances, how to solve questions in the prelims exam. Defense technology is a very prominent area. It has been a prominent area for 2024 exam prelims, and for 2025 it is going to be a prominent area. Why? Because let's say in many parts of the world there are wars between different countries, and they are using one or other kind of weapons, right, to wage wars against one another. People are using missiles, different types of missiles, and UPSC is going to ask questions from missile technology. I will showcase those, let's say, questions also to you. Apart from this, nuclear science and technology is a very important area. Why? Because let's say, like, if I talk about Homi Jahangir Bhabha, right, he was the person, he was so much visionary that in 1950s he has given 3-stage nuclear power program to India. What is 3-stage nuclear power program? It is a nuclear power program that India wanted to become self-sufficient in nuclear technology. For it wanted to become energy independent. As of now, all the nuclear power plants that we are operating, right, they are using nuclear fission reaction, and the fuel that is used, it is mostly imported from outside. So he has said that initially we are going to use pressurized heavy water reactors. Later on we are going to use, let's say, like, you know, kind of fast breeder reactors. After then we are going to use thorium based reactors. Still now, from 1950s till now in 2024, we are stuck in the first phase of nuclear development thing, right, for achieving our energy, let's say, independence. If we talk about the fast breeder reactor, which is second stage of the nuclear power plant, so recently in one of the place in Tamil Nadu, I think Kalpakkam, right, so there was a core loading phenomena where, let's say, like, main core part has been inaugurated by the Prime Minister of India, right. Third stage will be when we will be using thorium based reactors. Why thorium based reactors? Because thorium, like, India is abundant with thorium. It is a nuclear fuel, right. So this is the thing. Apart from this, if I talk about nuclear technology at this point of time, right, so like in Virginia in United States of America, right, a fusion based nuclear power plant has been established. Okay, fusion based. So you might be knowing fission and fusion reaction, these are 2 different types of reactions. So this is the thing. So it's a very important, let's say, area. Apart from this, there are many emerging technologies from where UPSC asks questions. In the past, you might have seen questions related to non-fungible tokens, blockchain technology, Web 3.0, right. So these are emerging areas of science and technology. Artificial intelligence is an emerging area. Quantum computing is an emerging area. So there are many emerging areas from where UPSC asks questions every year. Nanotechnology is another area where research and development is being done in India. And in India, we have National Quantum Mission also, okay. And the thing is, like, you know, the United Nations organization has already declared 2025 to be the International Year of Quantum Science. It has been declared in 2000, let's say, 24, 23, long back, They have said that 2025 will be International Year of Quantum Science, and we have a national quantum mission. Okay, this is the thing. And then sometimes they ask questions from intellectual property rights also in the prelims exam. Okay, so this is the thing. And if I talk about what is the nature of questions that is asked by UPSC, so the thing is like, there are questions that are application based. Application based means I will showcase those questions. I mean, like on your day-to-day life, you might see some phenomena where some technology is involved. They will ask questions from there. So it checks whether an aspirant like you actually tries to understand what happens behind all those phenomena that is happening around us, right? If you are inquisitive enough, right? If you are inquisitive enough, you will think on them. You will be able to solve questions in the prelims exam. And if I talk about science and technology related questions, they have interdisciplinary approach. What do we mean by interdisciplinary approach? There will be a question where they are talking about, let's say, solar flares, right? They will connect that solar flare with satellite. They will connect it with, let's say, like, kind of like many other phenomena. So this is the thing. I mean, like interdisciplinary approach is there. Some science and technology question you will find it is connected with environment and ecology also. So that's the thing. And like many areas are there, biotechnology, biology based questions, right? And there are focus on current events as well. Current events does not mean just reading a magazine and you will be able to solve the prelims question. No. Application of the things that are in news from multidisciplinary approach. I'll show those questions also with you. Okay, I'll share those questions. So let's say this is one of the question. You might have seen this question in the prelims, right? 2023 prelims. What they have asked microsatellite DNA. Now many of you know what is satellite. Satellite is something like, an object that we send in the space. But here they're talking microsatellite DNA, means it's a topic from biotechnology. It's an area from biotechnology. Many of you may not be knowing what is this microsatellite DNA, right? Even you don't know the definition related to this. And in UPSC prelims, they have asked question in 2023 itself. Okay. If I talk about another question, membrane bioreactors. Question is simple. Option A, option B, option C, option D. If you know the definition of it, you will be able to solve this question. Pretty simple. No multiple statements and all in this question, but like, there are many questions where they have multiple statements also, right? Solving those questions will become difficult if you don't understand the basic definition, if you don't understand the basic concept, right? If you understand the basic concepts, if you understand the definition, if you understand the application also, only then you will be able to solve the questions in the prelims exam. Again, similar question, which is membrane bioreactors are often discussed in the context of. So this was in news in 2024. This particular thing, membrane bioreactors are associated with wastewater treatment technologies. Okay, wastewater treatment technologies. Even today, if you open newspaper, the Hindu newspaper, on the front page there is an article that the chief minister of a particular state, he has declared a particular area that here we are going to dump the waste disposal, and people are protesting against it. Okay, and we just see that headline and we don't go beyond it. But the thing is, like, the chief minister has said that it is backed by scientists, and scientists have said that the waste disposal will be done properly in a scientific manner. So the thing is, like, a question has already been asked. Some phenomena might have been there in the, let's say, current affairs. So that's why, I mean, like, membrane bioreactors, simple topic, but like even most of you don't know what is the definition of it. Okay. So microsatellite DNA is studying the evolutionary relationship among various species of fauna. Fauna means flora, fauna. Flora means plants, right? Fauna means animals, right? So evolutionary relationships. How do we understand evolutionary relationship? Let's say if I talk about basic biology, so there is something which is known as cell theory. What is cell theory? Cell theory talks about 3 statements. What are those 3 statements? The first statement says that cell is the basic, like every living organism is made up of cells. Whether it is plant or animal or anything, every living organism is made up of cells. This is first statement. Second, Cell is the fundamental structural and functional unit of life. Third statement, it says all organisms arise from, or all cells arise from pre-existing cells. Means if I am here, my father, mother is there. If they are there, grandparents are there. If they are there, great grandparents are there. So it has been the case for all kind of organism. So there is a common ancestry. I mean, like, there is evolutionary relationship. So microsatellite DNA, it's a technique, right, where first 1 to 6, let's say, base pairs are repeated, okay, are repeated to understand the evolutionary relationship among different organisms. Okay, this is the thing. I mean, like, such questions, they are very simple, but the thing is, if you know the definition of it, if you know the concept of it, you will be able to solve. Okay, and this question is from defense technology. I mean, like, this area. I have some areas to discuss with you so that you understand. So it says consider the following aircrafts. Okay, so they have talked about some kind of aircraft. One of the aircraft is Rafale, MiG-29, then Tejas Mk, right? 3 different aircraft they have discussed. And now what they ask, how many of the above are considered 5th generation fighter aircraft? Now the question is, many of you might have heard about Rafale, you might have heard about MiG, you might have heard about Tejas also, but you don't know what is the generation of it, first generation, second, fourth, third, fourth and all. And how do we classify them? That's also not known. Okay, basically 5th generation aircrafts are those aircrafts that have stealth technology. Stealth means if they are flying, even radars will not be able to detect them. That is 5th generation aircraft. For example, if I talk about submarines, nuclear submarines or other diesel based submarines. So submarines have stealth technology. I mean, like, if submarines are there, even radars are not able to identify where that submarines are going, right? So that is stealth technology is very important for defense equipment, so that your let's say aircraft is not detected by the enemy. If they are detecting, they will destroy it also, right? This is the thing. So none of them are 5th generation. All of them are 4th generation. So correct answer is option D, right? So in the classroom we discuss the basic concepts related to it. Although in newspaper, in current affairs, you may come across these things. Rafale is there, MiG is there. Questions will look like similar, that like you are able to recall that I have read this particular thing, I have read it, but you are not able to solve questions in the prelims exam. This is going to happen if you don't have a proper preparation strategy for science and technology. As I said, no basic book is going to help you to solve all the questions of the science and technology in the prelims exam, because it is the most dynamic section in the UPSC prelims exam. Similarly, we have another question. It says consider the following activities. This is a very basic question, but still many of you will be doubtful for solving this question. It says consider the following activities. They have given 3 statements. First statement says identification of narcotics on passengers at airports or in aircraft. Second, monitoring of precipitation. Precipitation means rainfall, like that, okay. Tracking the migration of animals, right. In how many of the above activities can the radars be used? Main thing is, like, after all the 3 statements, main area is radars. They are asking about application of radars, where we can have application of radars, okay. See, narcotics means drugs, those, I mean, like, substances that have some psychotropic effect. So radars are generally not used for narcotics and all. Their X-ray machines are used in aircraft, or even if you go to, let's say, like, metro, they do frisking, which is checking, they check, and they will ask you to keep your bag inside that machine. So in that machine, I mean, like, they X-ray and they will be able to identify. Radars are not used. So this option is not there. Monitoring of precipitation. We can monitor the precipitation using radar, okay, radar thing. So this is one of the thing. Tracking of the migration of animals, this can also be done. So only 2, B is the answer. but still many of you will be confused. If you are in the exam situation, already your mind is so much stressed. Mind is stressed, you will not be able to think freely. So it is important that you do proper study of science and technology, okay, proper study of all areas, so that you are able to solve questions. Then we have another question. This is one of my favorite areas in science and technology, and it is space science and technology. What? Space science and technology. So we are going to discuss these two questions, okay. So first question is talking about stars. What are stars? Like, do you know any familiar star? Sun is the star of our solar system. So what are stars? Stars are giant bodies that radiate energy, right, where some reactions are happening. We receive sunlight, right, because on the sun nuclear fusion reactions are happening, right. So that is the star. So in the universe there are small stars, there are big stars, there are bigger stars. This question is about stars. They have compared small stars, dwarf stars and giant stars. This is the thing. Okay, so if we read these statements, two statements, giant stars live much longer than dwarf stars. छोटा स्टार, बड़ा स्टार, वो कह रहे हैं बड़ा स्टार जो है ज्यादा टाइम तक जिंदा रहता है. Giant stars live much longer than dwarf stars. Is this statement correct? Many of us are confused. Why? Because see, when stars will collapse, the star will become black hole. When a star collapses, it becomes black hole. Basically, if there is a big star, so large number of nuclear reactions are happening in that star. More energy it is radiating outward. So that star will die faster as compared to a smaller star. Okay. So that's why the first statement is wrong. Okay. Giant stars does not live much longer. If the star is big, more reactions are happening and sooner it will, it will collapse. Generally stars live for kind of 100 million years to billion years, like that. But small stars live much longer, in 100 billions to kind of, huge number of years. So this is the thing. Compared to dwarf stars, giant stars have a greater rate of nuclear reactions. जो बड़े स्टार है उसमें ज़्यादा न्यूक्लियर रिएक्शन बहुत फास्ट होता है, मतलब लाइक मोर न्यूक्लियर रिएक्शंस आर हैपनिंग. This statement is right. It means statement 1 is incorrect and statement 2 is correct in this question. So we will understand about it when we discuss about universe, how the universe was formed, right? And we will understand about different types of stars also. We'll understand about different types of bodies. We'll understand various concepts associated with this. Then we have another question. It says, recently scientists observed the merger of giant black holes billions of light years away from the earth. What is the significance of this observation? यहाँ पे हो क्या रहा है? Giant black holes, let's say one black hole is there, other black hole is there, they have come together, they have merged. Okay, black holes, you know, black holes are those bodies that have infinite density and it has the capacity of attracting everything that comes near it. Event horizon is the place beyond which, like if even light comes, light rays will also get attracted. Even light rays will not be able to escape from a black hole, right, from the event horizon. That's the thing. So when two black holes merge, generally, they emit gravitational waves. And gravitational waves have been detected by Albert Einstein in his theories of relativity. He has given a special theory of relativity, right? He has given general theory of relativity, right? A special theory of relativity, I think 1905, general theory of relativity 1915. So in his theory of relativity, he has discussed what are gravitational waves. And in 2015-16, in USA there are, let's say, LIGO detectors. LIGO means, LIGO, what is the full form? Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory. Okay, and then they have Virgo detector. So these are detectors that can detect the presence of gravitational waves. Gravitational waves has very less strength, and those detectors will be able to detect, and they have detected the presence of gravitational waves for the first time in 2015-16. And these people have been awarded with Nobel Prize. that time, right? 2015-16 में वो हुआ था. And this particular concept, which is gravitational wave, it has been told by Albert Einstein long back, more than 100 years back. Correct answer for this question is option B. Okay, but the thing is, like, when we read about Albert Einstein, when we read about theories of relativity, all the different counterintuitive effects associated with it, we will understand what are gravitational waves. And then when we talk about Higgs boson particles, they are different. Okay, they are also known as God particles. So all of these concepts that are mentioned, black holes, wormholes, let's say singularity, singularity is part of a black hole, like that. So we will discuss all of it in the classes, okay, so that you are clear about these areas. Then, like, I have taken some questions to help you understand that UPSC asks questions from areas which are observational and application based topics. For example, if I talk about this particular question, so here, I mean, like, you know, they have given 3 statements. Now they are talking about these 3 statements, and now they are talking about, like, how many of the above actions is the function of the accelerometer required. Okay, so there is something accelerometer. So here what they are saying कि accelerometer की functioning कहाँ पे required होगी. You need to read these statements, and later on, let's say after reading this statement, once you come over here, you will have to read it again. Why? Question is like that. We generally start reading the question from the beginning. Once you have read all of it, then you will come across कि इसका application पूछा है, then you will read again. So that's going to consume your time also in the paper. So the thing is, detection of car crash collision which results in the deployment of airbags almost instantly. जैसे आपने देखा होगा, मतलब lot of test happens, right? बड़े-बड़े जो car manufacturing है, वहाँ पे मतलब robot को बिठा देते हैं, and मतलब like, you know, car को crash कर देते हैं सामने, और airbag आ जाता है, तो मतलब so that मतलब that robot has lesser impact. So they do those experiments to understand, to let's say create safety systems. Safety system में accelerometer की requirement होती है, because it captures what is the acceleration of the car, किस speed से वो चल रही है, like that. ठीक है, detection of accidental free fall of laptop towards ground which results in the immediate turning off of the hard drive. Laptop है, ऊपर से नीचे गिरेगा, ठीक है, वो सब डैमेज हो जाता है, लेकिन उसमें क्या है कि लैपटॉप के अंदर एक्सेलरोमीटर होता है कि उसमें जो हार्ड ड्राइव है वो डैमेज ना हो, उसके अंदर डेटा स्टोर रहे, वहाँ पे भी होता है ये, ठीक है, दिस इज द थिंग. एंड देन डिटेक्शन ऑफ टिल्ट ऑफ स्मार्टफोन विच रिजल्ट्स इन रोटेशन ऑफ डिस्प्ले बिटवीन पोर्ट्रेट एंड लैंडस्केप मोड. जैसे होता है ना, आप ऐसे हो, ऐसे कर दोगे स्क्रीन, वैसे ही हो जाता है, तो इसके अंदर भी है, इट्स लाइक दैट. ओके, सो दिस इज, दीज आर लेट्स से ऑब्जर्वेशनल टॉपिक्स. Many of you may not have read accelerometer, but the thing is, even if you don't practice such questions, you will not be able to solve questions in the prelims. If you are doubtful, you will not be able to solve questions. You are going to make it wrong, and that's going to reduce your score. Consider the following communication technologies. Okay, so here closed circuit television, CCTV, ये जो लगे हुए हैं ना क्लासरूम में, this one. Closed circuit television is CCTV. Radio frequency identification, RFID. मेट्रो कार्ड यूज़ करते हैं हम, जाके ऐसे लगा देते हैं तो गेट ओपन होता है, उसके अंदर RFID होती है, ठीक है. बहुत सारे डेबिट कार्ड्स होते हैं जहाँ पे आपको मशीन में स्वाइप करने की ज़रूरत नहीं, यू डोंट हैव टू स्वाइप इट, यू जस्ट पुट इट देयर एंड देन अमाउंट विल बी डिडक्टेड लाइक दैट. फास्ट ट्रैग में भी यूज़ होता है, फास्ट ट्रैग. वायरलेस लोकल एरिया नेटवर्क, जो घर में वाईफाई होता है, वाईफाई, दैट इज वायरलेस लोकल एरिया नेटवर्क. वो वाईफाई यहाँ पे चल रहा है, आसपास के एरिया डिवाइसेस कनेक्ट होगा. सो नाउ दे आर सेइंग व्हिच ऑफ द अबव आर कंसीडर्ड शॉर्ट रेंज डिवाइसेस और टेक्नोलॉजीज. ऑल ऑफ दीज आर शॉर्ट रेंज डिवाइसेस एंड टेक्नोलॉजीज. आंसर इज ऑप्शन डी. ठीक है, दीज क्वेश्चंस आर ऑब्जर्वेशन बेस्ड. ओके, बट द थिंग इज लाइक यू शुड बी माइंडफुल अबाउट दीज टॉपिक्स. So UPSC does ask questions from these areas. I have taken recent questions so that like you understand about it. So when we talk about reading science and technology, some basics will be needed. Some basics means biology books, right? 11th and 12th, right? And even 9th, 10th. Then physics related books up to 10th standard. So some basic sources are important that you need to read, okay? Then secondary sources is like at Lukmaan IAS we have kind of if you go to the blog of Lukmaan IAS, right, we generally post at least one topic from science and technology every day. So sometimes it is not posted because the person who posts, so sometimes he's kind of on leave and all. So that's the thing. So at Lukmaan IAS, we do have, let's say, a lot of science and tech related topic, and even, let's say, like I have a booklet. So this is for kind of people who are appearing in UPSC interview this year. So they are coming for mock interviews. So we share them current affairs based on science and technology. Maybe, let's say, the interview board members ask some questions related to it. So they must be knowing the most recent things. Okay. So this is the thing. And some of the, let's say, you need to read newspapers also. Newspaper में भी बहुत update आता है. And The Hindu has started coming up with a dedicated page of science and technology. Regularly, let's say, like they have a dedicated page. Earlier, I think on Sunday, they had a special edition for science and technology. ठीक है? So every Sunday, मतलब बहुत सारे areas से वो आते हैं. So like the sources are distributed. Sources are distributed. So if you run behind it, you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to do that. And in the Prelims Guidance Program, basically, like we are going to compile all of it for you. We are going to discuss those topics in the classroom so that you understand those topics. We are going to provide you printed notes also. We are going to conduct tests for you. And after the test, we are going to have a discussion, one-to-one discussion with you. I mean, like in the classroom, and anytime if you feel that you're facing some difficulty in a question, in a concept, you can come and interact with us. And here at Lukmaan IAS, we specifically focus on, let's say, providing mentorship to the candidates. Okay, anyone who is interested for mentorship, we are here. Okay, so that's how we support the students. Okay, because let's say there is no dearth of materials. Dearth means study material की कोई कमी नहीं है. Huge number of study material everywhere. But the thing is, all of those sources will always deviate you from your preparation. You need to have your own preparation plan, and then you need to work according to a specific guidance in a particular path so that you qualify the exam, right? Reading a book will not help you because ultimately papers are set by people, and they set based on certain philosophies that they are following, right? And they try to do such things which are, let's say, like they are not taking things which are widely available in the market. Okay, some sources you might be reading, right, which is widely available in the market, none of the question reflects from there in UPSC. This should not happen. That's why we have, let's say, such programs. Okay, so this is the thing. I mean, like, this is the classroom that we are sitting, and this is the classroom where PGP classes will be conducted. Okay, so we have 2 more classrooms at ORN, so you can come and attend classes there. So some students who have written, let's say, test series, prelims test at Lukmaan, so it is their photo. Okay, so any question for me from science and technology?
So whatever we will be taught in PGP would be enough?
We will try our best to cover most of the important topics, and after then also, let's say, like, we are going to support you with additional materials. That's the thing, and we are always available for mentorship. PGP means it's not only giving a booklet to you, it's about clearing your concept in the classroom, right? Providing study material to you so that you don't have to go here, go there to cover the things. Okay, at one particular place, your subject will be covered. That's the thing. Okay, so basic thing is, like, you should know the basics, you should know the application of it, and you should know what is to be read. Then you will be able to qualify prelims. Okay, that's going to help you. So any question, any other question for me? Okay, so after this, there will be another faculty. She is going to come, she is going to interact with you, I think related to environment and ecology, right? So stay back, and whatever doubt you have related to science and technology or any other subject, you can interact with us. I mean, like, faculty members are always there with you. Okay, so today just a normal interaction that we are having, but in the classroom we are going to cover those topics in detail. Only 5 classes are there for science and technology, and within those 5 classes we will make sure that, like, most of the concepts are covered. 5 classes will be equivalent to solving 15 questions correctly in the prelims exam, like that. Okay, so that way we are going to do it. All right, so Thank you so much everyone for attending my part of the discussion. So another faculty is going to come. Her name is Sumanjit Kaur, and she is going to come and take the discussion forward. Okay. So thank you so much. Sure. Thank you.
I know that it's late for you. So how many here you are staying in Delhi? How many of you are from Delhi here? Regarding this, यार open कर दो इसको. Open करिएगा. Science and Tech, it was thorough. I know by now you have known a lot, and most of the faculties, they have already told you how the questions have been asked and what has been the pattern. But when it comes to environment, we will see right away what strategy you need. Okay? So if we see, reflecting upon the previous year questions up till 2016, whatever standard books were available in the market, if you were even having the basic understanding of the subject, okay? The terms like what is the difference between ecosystem, the ecosystem and the components, ecological services that it's providing, the different types, what is the classification, okay? And simple institutions also, they were asked generally the ones which are there in India itself, like they were asking about let's come back to the presentation only. I'll try to cover it very fast. See. Yes, let's come to the themes itself. Which themes have been asked repetitively? The favorite of UPSC all through these years, that has been one part, which is your biodiversity. And in fact, in the biodiversity also, they are having this special focus on the species. Conventionally, questions were asked simply based upon what is the habitat or in which particular national park or wildlife sanctuary you can find it, or they would simply ask you that what is the IUCN status. But now the trend is changing. From this section also, the largely if you see the family which they are asking, that is same. They are asking about elephants, they would be asking you about the cat family, the big cats, they will be asking you about the primate family, the primates, okay? In similar manner, you could see some sea mammals and other such species, they are being asked. That has been the traditional focus of UPSC. Only change has been introduced in the type of questions. Instead of asking the habitat or their wildlife sanctuary or the national park where they are present, they are focusing more on the behavior. So behavior, how they are hunting, is it during the daytime or the night time, and we say that's nocturnal species. Is it crepuscular, how it's active, the duration when it's active, and how it's saving itself. In evolution, it's all about survival of the fittest. So how they are adapting, the adaptation mechanisms are asked. This year we saw that question, that which of the species you can see they will be poisonous. So when you study thoroughly with the defense mechanisms, their poison is used as a mechanism to defend itself. In similar manner, when we will be covering our static portion, we have to keep in mind that we see how in present times also species are evolving, and in current affairs if you come across any such species that is having unique adaptation behavior, we need to focus on that. Okay? So through that way we will be able to cover all these. And what are the differences? Sometimes they are asking you simply difference based questions. Okay? This year from the cat family, what kind of question was asked? The behavior, the breeding time of your lions, cheetahs. Okay? A question expected tha because we were having this great development regarding the alliance which was formed for their protection. But rather than asking about the institution itself, they want you to look into a bit about background of these species, look into the behavior. Okay? The differences, what might be the differences. So that way we'll be having thorough coverage of all the species, the relevant ones in our classes, in our PGP classes. Similarly, we have some other themes which are important. If we see after your biodiversity part, there is another part which is important and also much relevant now, which we all know, climate change. Okay? So climate change, from here also, after biodiversity, the species, questions will be asked from this area. Earlier questions were simply asked that on the greenhouse gases, they might ask you that what are the sources or where those greenhouse gases, they are having these applications. For example, HFCs and all. That question was asked. Okay? So if you knew about a little bit the basic about the climate change, you would have tackled. Now we need a little bit different approach. We need to know about, we will be covering about the carbon markets. Earlier simple question regarding the carbon credits, it has been asked. If you see your PYQs, this concept, in fact this is very important at present, given that India is evolving its own framework regarding it. So definitely such topics they have to be focused upon. Then you have one very important theme in the climate change, the mitigation strategies. The mitigation strategies. So when we study the mitigation, here we will be focusing upon different kind of the climate finance mechanisms which we have, because the objective is to help the countries that they can have sufficient resources to adapt and mitigate the effects of climate change. Apart from that, some important institutions are working. They could be the institutions under the World Bank or some other body. जैसे बायोकार्बन फंड पूछा गया था ना कहीं उसका ऑब्जेक्टिव भी क्या है, इट्स कंसर्न्ड विद द अडेप्टेशन एंड मिटिगेशन. सो दैट काइंड ऑफ ऑल द इंस्टीट्यूशंस विच आर इम्पॉर्टेंट, वो हम कवर करेंगे. ठीक है. और आजकल टेक्नोलॉजी से भी क्वेश्चंस पूछ रहे हैं. वी कैन सी दैट all these reports which are being published, they are highlighting that apart from the policy measures which you are taking, we need to invest in technological measures. So what kind of technology we need? For example, solar radiation management. ठीक है. So that has been asked about 6 years ago, and later again we saw the reflection, the geological sequestration. ठीक है. That question was asked. Ocean alkalinity enhancement. इसके ऊपर इस बारी काफ़ी ज़्यादा फोकस रहा है ना. ओशन so there are several carbon dioxide removal technologies, the methods, all those methods we will be covering. बहुत बेसिक क्वेश्चन, वी डू नॉट नीड टू नो टू मच इन डिटेल अबाउट देम. हमें बेसिक पता होना चाहिए कौन सी टेक्नोलॉजी है और उसके लिए क्या क्या मैकेनिज़म्स हैं, और इज़ देयर एनी कमर्शलाइजेशन, एनी सच प्रोजेक्ट विच इंडिया इज़ रनिंग. बस ज़्यादा डेप्थ में नहीं जाना, उतना ही पढ़ेंगे जितना यूपीएससी पूछता है. ओरिएंटेशन सही होना चाहिए. ठीक है. सो फ्रॉम दिस टॉपिक we will be covering that also. Apart from that, from the basics you should know about the Rio conventions. ठीक है. And this year we have had the COPs also of all of these. So outcomes, if there is any significant outcome of these meetings, we will be focusing on that. The major provisions, ठीक है, that all will be thoroughly covered, all of three. The UNFCCC, UNCBD, and then we have the UNCCD. So how and when these COPs are being conducted, that also right from the basics, how their genesis was happened, how that genesis took place and how it further evolved, if there was any significant outcome of some other conference before it. ठीक है. Yes? For plastic, the plastic treaty which you are saying, that is still in negotiation process. Although that we will be covering when we will cover the pollution part. We have segmented all these, and accordingly we will be covering the global plastic treaty. So this we will be covering when we will cover your plastic pollution. Okay? So the classification of microplastics, that will be dealt with, and if there is any regulation, the plastic waste management rules are there. Is there any change which has been brought recently? What has been the change? We need to know that much. Basic guidelines we should know, what changes have happened. Around those only questions will be framed. Okay? So that section will also be covered. So this is largely how we will be covering all of these parts, and rather we will try to integrate all your static part also along with the current developments. So in the class itself we will revise all the basics also. If we are covering pollution, we will deal with all these eutrophication, acid rain, ठीक है, जो भी हम NCERT में पढ़ते हैं. We all miss out on important insights from the NCERTs. Like I have always told in the classes, the class 12th NCERT biology last 4 chapters are very important. There are very important things discussed there. One topic, in the chapter organisms and population, we study about symbiosis. So in symbiosis, you see that this year also there was a direct question from that book itself, the fig and the wasp co-evolution. Okay? Somebody who read the book thoroughly, it was very easy. So it's easy to fetch 2 marks if you even study your basics properly. We'll focus on that also in the class itself. We'll be covering about all different forms of symbiosis, and in fact the different kind of terminologies which are being introduced. Like greenwashing was asked earlier. In news we have green hushing. We'll cover such terms also, so that we do not miss out on any of the important development. Okay? But the approach should be integrated. If you try to study everything in silos, of course you will try to falter. You will not remember that in the long term. So our motive has to be that we should be not only able to link the static portion, we should be able to relate the developments of present. If there is any change in the carbon cycle happening, the biogeochemical cycles, it's an important part from the static portion. In fact, up to 2017, they were asking such questions also. Phosphorus cycle they have asked, carbon cycle, it was earlier focused a lot. है ना? Even now if you see that carbon cycle will get disturbed even if your methane emissions are rising, है ना? Apart from the CO2, and we have lot of discussion around the rising methane emissions. So such kind of topics we will link and we will thoroughly cover. ठीक है, ये सारा कुछ आपका cover होगा. Not only the fauna part, even some important plants, if they are having some significance for us. Invasive species होते हैं कुछ जिनका नाम आप न्यूज़पेपर में मिस कर देते हो. ठीक है, but we need to focus on those. We simply need to know what was that particular plant. ठीक है, अगर उतना भी हमें पता है, it will be easy for us to deduce the answer. ठीक है, तो इस वे में thoroughly हम हर चीज़ को ही, हर टॉपिक को कवर करेंगे. And in recent times you can see that environmental science से भी कुछ questions पूछे जा रहे हैं. For example, how waste treatment can be done. ठीक है, so that will also be covered alongside only in the waste management part. Solid waste management rules are there. उस पे already question आया है. So such kind of legislations, the environmental legislations, वो किसी भी book में अच्छे से एक जगह पे नहीं है. But we will try that during our classes we are able to cover all the significant provisions, and we should be having basic knowledge about them. And in similar manner, the protected areas, a very important topic. In fact, you can see that there was one particular year when they have asked 5 questions from the protected areas only. और इस सेक्शन को ना आप इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते हैं. doable भी है, so why not cover it in the class itself? थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग मैनर में करेंगे so that you remember also. ठीक है, तो देखो ये आपका 2020 if you see out of 15 you had 5 questions just from the protected areas and those were basic only, some regarding the location, some regarding the flagship species which is there, which is being protected. On similar lines we had questions. तो इसी वे में हम ये जो भी हमारी क्लासेस होंगी फर्दर, वी विल कवर स्टेट वाइज द प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज एंड द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट वंस वी विल ट्राई टू फोकस मोर ऑन दैट. ठीक है, तो बेसिक्स भी हमें ध्यान में रखने हैं. जैसे मैंने कहा था 2021 में 1 the highest number of questions you could see, 20 questions were reflected from the science from the environment part, and you had your basics dominating here. Basic concepts, ecological niche क्या होता है आपका, ठीक है. तो बायोम्स के ऊपर the savanna biome, if you know simply the characteristic of the biome. Nowadays we have the developments like the tundra biome, it's turning into a carbon source. So that news, it is a reflection that you need to know about the tundra biome. ठीक है, तो इस तरीके से हम जल्दी से ही हर एक बायोम के कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स एंड इफ देयर इज एनी इवोल्यूशन, एनी चेंज दैट इज बीइंग ट्रिगर्ड एंड हाउ इट विल अफेक्ट. टुंड्रा बायोम के ऊपर पहले भी क्वेश्चन आया है इनडायरेक्टली, द मीथेन हाइड्रेट्स वाला क्वेश्चन अगर आपने देखा हो, देखिएगा. मीथेन हाइड्रेट्स जो कि हमारे नॉट ओनली इन द ओशन डीप्स, रादर दे आर ऑल्सो फाउंड, they will be submerging under the tundra, the permafrost region. So if that permafrost is melting, definitely what is happening, methane is going to be released. ठीक है, तो इस kind के questions अगर आप देखोगे, they are already being asked, only the method, the type of the question which is being asked, that is changing. Accordingly we also need to evolve our strategy. ठीक है, तो ये focus रहेगा. Regarding the agriculture section, सबसे easy है. We only need to know how agriculture and environment are affecting each other, and there are some key areas which UPSC wants us to know. For example, it has asked many times about the practices of conservation agriculture. If you knew what are the principles of conservation agriculture and how that each principle is helping the agriculture, will be able to cover that section. In fact, recent times में अभी 2024 में ही इसी का further एक component आप देखोगे, regenerative agriculture. How many of you read the newspapers on daily basis? ये term पढ़ा है कभी? Regenerative agriculture, ठीक है. So वो भी हम अभी पढ़ेंगे. Natural farming के ऊपर हमारा national mission has been announced. So how is that natural farming different from the organic farming? ठीक है, बायो फर्टिलाइजर्स क्या होते हैं, these kind of concepts we will cover. ठीक है, और ये easy marks होते हैं, easy to fetch those 2 marks, and every question is important for us in final exam. ठीक है, तो ऐसे areas जो doable हैं, we should never skip those. So that will be our focus in the class also. The questions if you see, लगभग 14 to 18 questions on an average they are asked from the environment and ecology. ठीक है, further if we see, कुछ institutions के बारे में पूछते हैं. जैसे मैंने कहा कि पहले ये institutions पूछते थे इंडिया के, अब पूछने लगे हैं largely those which are working on the international level and mostly those of which India is a member. And these institutions, they are reflecting from the developments which are happening around us, especially in the past 1 year, 1.5 year या फिर 1 year का time frame लीजिए. उस दौरान whatever reflected in the Hindu newspaper, out of that only read between the lines. आपको लक्ष्मीकांत सर ने समझाया था ना, तो वो कुछ articles आते हैं where somewhere that institution is mentioned, its framework is mentioned, the area of work is written. We need to have this mindset for preparing this exam that we should know about that particular institution. ठीक है, तो ऐसे जितने भी इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं अभी तक जिनका भी कवरेज है, वी विल प्रोवाइड यू इन डिटेल everything that you should know to clear that exam. So 30 marks, it makes a difference. Please do not ignore environment and ecology section. ठीक है, questions simple ही होते हैं, बस approach ठीक होनी चाहिए. For example, in the renewable energy, we'll not discuss in much detail. From the renewable energy, this will also be a micro theme under your climate change. So there when we talk about the climate action, so we are trying to expand the share of renewable energy. So what kind of developments are taking place? We need to know about that. For example, to ensure the problem of intermittency in the renewable energy supply is overcome, we are trying to develop pumped storage hydropower. तो है क्या, एक energy storage system है. If even you had basic idea that what it is, this question was doable. Such kind of questions. इसी तरीके से दूसरा concept आया था हमारा about the distributed energy resources this year itself. So this was also discussed by the policy makers. We simply need to know what all can constitute the part of distributed energy resources. ठीक है, ज़्यादा डिटेल नहीं, एटलीस्ट know the basics of everything. If even you have the idea, some questions you can straight away mark. ठीक है, so these are the key areas. और हर साल कम से कम एक क्वेश्चन ऐसा आता है, there is at least one question where they are simply asking you to identify whether it is insect or a bird या फिर fish. पूछते हैं ना, एक क्वेश्चन कम से कम ऐसा है. So those species are also reflecting right away from your newspaper only. If you are reading regularly, especially from December to January, when lot of migratory birds are visiting, and you will see lot many articles are reflecting in the Hindu where they are talking that this particular species of bird has arrived in this particular wetland. You need to only know about whether it is a bird, it's migratory, endemic to India or some other place. ठीक है, उतना जानने भर से भी आपका काम हो जाएगा. ठीक है, regarding fish also earlier they asked, twice they repeated. अगर आपने PYQ करा होता, that is where we tell that it's always important to look into the previous year questions. Fish के ऊपर the महसीर, ये नाम कितने लोगों को पता है, सुना है ना? अगर आपने PYQ करा होता, you would know that fish तो ऑप्शन हो ही नहीं सकता ना इसका. ठीक है, fish, क्योंकि वहाँ पर अगर आप PYQs अच्छे से करते, it means you try to also Google about the further species of that particular animal. You will be at least knowing that this particular name exists and it's related with this particular family. ठीक है, तो इस तरीके से there are some other species which have been in news. We will try to provide you in your notes. ठीक है, in the class itself we will cover. और कुछ species during 90s and early 2000s they were asking about some of the animals like marsupials. आप जाके देखिएगा, क्वेश्चन आया था तब भी. ठीक है, और इस साल भी they have asked about marsupials. ठीक है, marsupials. Similar way they are asking about other the bats. Which are the bats which you can find in India? ऐसा ही Indian flying fox, ये ऑप्शन हुआ करता था. So that tells you that what options UPSC is framing, that is also important for you to look further into the details of that. ठीक है, so this is how you will be covering all these important parts. स्टडी मटेरियल भी आपका इसी लाइन पर होगा, सब कुछ कवर होगा. प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज आपको मैप के थ्रू कवर कराए जाएंगे सारे. ठीक है, दीज आर दी सैम्पल नोट्स. फॉर एग्जाम्पल यू हैव सम ऑफ दीज टर्म्स और हाईलाइट्स विच हैव बीन इन न्यूज़. जैसे कि टील कार्बन है, पहले ब्लू कार्बन के ऊपर पूछा है. ठीक है, सो वी विल स्टडी अबाउट व्हाट टील कार्बन इज एंड व्हाट आर द अदर फॉर्म्स ऑफ द carbon in terms of the color code that we can give to them. Then black carbon, it has been in news because of the soot pollution. So we will look into the basics of that. And when we see about such kind of pollutants, you will come across the broader term which is super pollutants. In a way, we will also cover about other super pollutants, what it means, what are the sources of that particular super pollutant. In integrated manner, we will be covering all of this so that you do not miss out on anything on the important details which you require in the subject. ठीक है? Rest assured, when you will come in the class, you will benefit a lot. हर चीज़ का ध्यान रखा गया है. Be it your previous year questions, based upon that what we need to have in mind. Then those students who have already enrolled in our Tucker test series, there are also questions we are framing on these lines only, so that you have that also as additional resource. So the explanation of every question is a resource for you. You need to focus on that. The current affairs, if you see how much you should cover, कम से कम एक साल का आपको करना ही करना है. ठीक है? You cannot miss out on the current affairs which are concerning the environment and ecology section. Then you, most important thing, having done everything, one thing that is missing in your preparation, that is revision. तो revision जब तक नहीं करोगे ना, मैं भी आपको कुछ सिखा नहीं पाऊँगी, ना कोई और सिखा सकता है. ठीक है? तो रिवीजन का काम आपका होगा. यू हैव टू बी सो मच कमिटेड टू योर सेल्फ टू दिस एग्जाम दैट यू एंश्योर दैट यू रिवाइज ऑल दीज थिंग्स. ठीक है? कुछ चीज़ें जो हम क्लास में करेंगे दैट विल बी इट सेल्फ रिविजन, विल बी ओनली एडिंग ऑन फर्दर एंड विल बी एनरिचिंग फर्दर आर नॉलेज. ठीक है? तो उस चीज़ का ध्यान ज़रूर रखना है. सोर्सेज की अगर बात करें, फॉर दोज हु आर टेकिंग द attempt this year itself, सबसे पहले I expect that you cover all the NCERT chapters which I have told you. The last 4 chapters of class 12th biology, although in the class also will have quick revision. ठीक है? फिर उसके बाद like I said, the Hindu, 90% of the questions, their themes are reflected from the Hindu only. However, we need to have broader framework. How we will connect it with the static portion, that we will tell you in the class. ठीक है? उस वे में हम कवर करेंगे. एंड देन लुकमान IAS क्लास नोट्स, दे थ्रू दोज आर द एक्सटेंसिव नोट्स कवरिंग ईच एंड एवरी सेक्शन, सो दैट इज़ अ गुड रिसोर्स फॉर यू. ठीक है? प्रीलिम्स गाइडेंस प्रोग्राम जिसके लिए हम ये ओरिएंटेशन कर रहे हैं, उसका जितना भी रिसोर्स आपको प्रोवाइड किया जाएगा, आई एम होपिंग दैट यू विल यूज़ इट जुडिशियसली. By judiciously, I mean that it is your responsibility after taking the inputs from the class, after learning, it is your responsibility to ensure you revise it properly. And if you have any kind of problem, you have to come back, meet your mentors, and you can ask your queries. ठीक है? So all kind of hand holding will be provided to you through this program, but I expect sincerity on your part. That's it. ठीक है? तो एनवायरनमेंट इकोलॉजी सेक्शन इग्नोर नहीं करना. 30 मार्क्स बहुत मैटर करते हैं. 30 में से इवन इफ़ यू स्कोर 20-25, इट विल मेक अ डिफरेंस टू योर स्कोर. ठीक है? सो दैट्स ऑल अबाउट दिस. एंड लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, हिस्ट्री इज़ लेफ्ट. सो दोज हु हैव प्रॉब्लम इन हिस्ट्री, you should definitely stay back and you should listen to what sir has to deliver. So I'll welcome R.S. Chauhan sir here. ठीक है? तो एनवायरनमेंट में दैट्स इट, इतना ही कवर करना है हमें. अगर कोई डाउट है तो आप पूछ सकते हैं मुझसे. ठीक है?
Thank you, madam.
Okay, sir, please.
अच्छा ये बंद करके हिस्ट्री एंड कल्चर So, good evening all of you. See, history is the last area which we are going to cover. History is one area where people find themselves sometimes very much overloaded with facts and information, and I have seen with majority of students the problem is what to read, what not to read. So, I will especially focus on that area, and how to prepare is another, you know. So, if we look at the trends first, what is happening in history? Since 2011 up to 2024, there has been good number of questions that has been asked from history and culture section, but there has been a sudden change in the approach of UPSC in the last 2 or 3 years, and that is giving us an indication how things are going or in what direction they are going. But at the same time, it is to be understood, UPSC maintains certain amount of uncertainty every year, in the sense that if it is asking questions from particular area less or more, it would not remain the same in coming years. They can increase the number of questions from one area, and so you should remain prepared for all the aspects. Don't be selective from the very beginning. People are trying to find shortcuts, and they think that there are abundance of resources, I will study this resource and the story will be over. It is not like that. There is a process in doing everything, that process should be followed. Same is the case with your UPSC preparation, where you have to first read the basic books to lay down the proper foundation, to bring conceptual clarity, and that calls for reading the basic books, that is NCERT books, right? अब NCERT books को लेके भी थोड़ा confusion होता है, तो उसके बारे में भी बात करेंगे हम. What is the confusion? There are some important facts which I want to share with you before I go there. See, if you look at last 13-14 years, on an average 16 to 17 questions has been asked from history and culture section, and majorly 6 types of questions has been asked. Some new types of questions has been added in last 1 or 2 years. You would have noticed in 2023, when they are giving you questions based on sentences, instead of asking which of these following sentences are, which of these sentences are correct, now they are asking how many sentences are correct, that way. Instead of now match type questions where there are 2 columns, how many pairs are correct, earlier they used to ask which of the following pairs are correctly matched. Then they switched on to how many pairs are correct. Now they are asking you the information in giving the information given below, in which of the following points it is correctly matched. So, they are giving you 3 columns and 3 or 4 rows. So, that increases the difficulty level, right. So, that requires some thorough reading of basic sources, right. Now, one more thing is there. When you study art and culture, people are thinking that art and culture is a separate area. When you are studying for that, what you should do? Ancient Indian history and culture. The culture portions of ancient India should be thoroughly studied. When you are studying different topics like Indus Valley civilization, Vedic culture, then and there it should be finished. Same is the case with medieval Indian history. Medieval Indian history and culture. Cover those areas then and there. Whatever remains, you have to see what kind of questions are asked. That you can put in the domain of current affairs and miscellaneous topics. So, in 2024, they asked 2 questions. One was related to intangible cultural heritage, UNESCO list. Another was related to this heritage sites, which properties has been added in the list of UNESCO heritage sites in 2023. So, there was 41st Shantiniketan and 42nd the temple complex of Hoysalas at Hailebid and other places, right. So, that is something which is in news. Then there could be miscellaneous topics, like they might ask you questions from areas like festival, fair, calendar, right. So, but that is not the area from where many questions has been asked. In last 10, 12 years, you see the questions has been asked from culture section like language and literature, religion and philosophy, paintings, architecture, such areas. And most of these areas questions are doable, and they can be done from NCERTs itself, right. The problem is many of the people are not reading the basic books properly. Why? Because they are from the very beginning looking for shortcuts, and that is the biggest mistake people are doing. Some people, because they have already studied certain sources earlier, they don't want to see them again. As I said, there are no shortcuts. If you have lost a lot of time, you revised or studied it way back, then you need to revise it again, so that you get in touch with that particular set of data or information, and you are able to thoroughly use it in the examination, right. So, if you look at the average number of questions, just ancient and medieval history proper questions, 3 to 4, 2 to 3 on an average has been asked in last few years. Then other questions are there which are related to culture, that increases the number. So, of ancient and medieval section. Now, in last few years, if you look from 2011 to 2000, I would say up to 2021, 22, they were asking consistently questions from modern Indian history, maximum number of questions coming from freedom struggle or Indian national movement. So, there was an annual average of 7 to 8 questions, but in last 2 years, they have not asked questions from freedom struggle, right. Rather, they have switched to those aspects of modern history which you can relate with political constitutional dimensions. So, Government of India Act, Constituent Assembly, interim government, such things, or some other acts, right. So, that thing is changing, but is it going to remain that way, or should you restrict your preparation to those areas? No, your preparation should be integrated approach. Modern history, when you are studying, mains come pre. So, whatever area from wherever they are asking question, you can handle it effectively. You can be selective only when you are in the final stages of your revision. Then you can take the risk of reading certain things and leaving certain other things, right. So, one more thing has been noticed, that random questions has been asked. They pick up question from somewhere, it might be related to ancient India, medieval India, or modern Indian history, and sometimes you might be caught in the blue. But those questions are not that difficult. The only thing is you did not do your homework properly, or you did not read a particular NCERT. For example, 2024 they asked a question. There were 2 columns given, a box was given, founders of the political parties and political parties, Swatantra Party, Socialist Party, isn't it? That kind of, and it was not a very difficult question. The only thing is, did you go through the Indian polity since independence, something that there is an NCERT book of class 11, 12th, na? That book you have read or not? They picked up that information from there directly. The idea is, time and again UPSC has tried to tell us, basic books should not be compromised. They lay your foundation, plus a good number of questions can any year be asked from there, and they are the doable questions. So, do not compromise on the basic resources, that is the message. Then some standard sources, right. If you look at 2024 question paper, there were 12 questions and they were equally distributed, 4 questions each from ancient, medieval and modern sections, right. So, you can't say that I will just study modern and I will leave ancient and medieval. Out of this, 40 to 50% questions were doable, which you could do easily if you have studied the authentic sources properly. Some of the questions were current oriented, they could also be done because they were in news and you would have studied them. Some questions were really difficult because they were picked up randomly from here and there, or more in-depth study would be required. There you can take the risk, nobody can attempt all the questions 100% in any section fully. you have to qualify prelims and get a call for mains. So, that accordingly your study should be that in all the important areas you study the standard books properly, so that doable questions can be easily attempted. If there are some questions which have been asked out of the blue or some random sources like some website of the from Google, some Google book, if you have read somewhere it is fine, if not, if you see elimination method will work and you can take the risk, take the risk. If you do not know anything at all, please do not take the risk. You are unnecessarily going to add to your troubles by increasing the score of negative marks, right. So, that is the thing, because time is not a big problem in prelims, especially in paper 1, and it would not be a problem if in the first round you are able to go through the entire paper at a good pace, where you attempt all those questions where you feel you can do them, you can get them right. And in the second round you should go for other questions. That way your time management becomes good and your confidence remains intact during the entire time when you are taking the exam, right. Because UPSC is known for that element of uncertainty, in any section you should prepare all the areas diligently, thoroughly. You could become selective only when there is less time left and the exam is coming closer. That should be your approach. Any other approach might backfire, because most of us are average people with average memory or intelligence. If there are people with extraordinary intelligence and memory, that is a different case, but they also need to revise and at least study things properly, isn't it? Then we see that in last 2-3 years, ancient and medieval section and cultural aspects related to them have regained importance, both in pre as well as in mains. So, you can have an integrated approach here also, but as pre comes closer, you can be more pre-specific. So, some questions have higher level of difficulty when they are asked from ancient medieval Indian history and culture section, and many factual questions have been asked nowadays from modern India. This is the trend. So, keeping all these facts in mind, we must understand the pattern. You see, on rotational basis, but frequently they are asking questions from areas like foreign travelers, scholars, authors, literature, dynasties. We have mentioned everything in the booklet given to you regarding prelims guidance. What are the important areas? You can see those there, right. We have mentioned book list also, but still I think this is too exhaustive. What should be approach of reading books? I think you should do, every candidate must read certain books which are basic. It is a must for everybody, but that's when you go for wider sources, you want to read more, then you should pick up books according to your convenience, means which you can easily understand, absorb, and it is serving the purpose of the exam also. How? That I will tell you. See, standard sources. What are the standard sources? There is a confusion in the mind of many candidates that should they read old NCERTs or new NCERTs. The old school people who have studied old NCERTs or who have qualified exam with those books are still suggesting old NCERTs because they are chronologically written, they are focused on more of polity and all those aspects. They are good books, but still looking at the trend and pattern of the examination, they are not the best books for you. What should you do? Better it is if you want to study the chronology properly and absorb the information or get the right understanding of history, especially when you don't have background. I strongly recommend better than old NCERT books, you read Tamil Nadu books, 11th and 12th class books. They are written in simple language, they cover all the important topics, they give you good exposure. So, your basic foundation is laid properly in history. Then you should go to the new NCERTs. Why? Many of the questions are asked from new NCERTs. In art and culture section, many questions have been picked up in recent past from an introduction to art part 1 and part 2. Part 1 is related to ancient medieval art and architecture, part 2 is related to painting, right. So, such books should be studied. There is another book, Knowledge, Traditions and Practices. some chapters are relevant there also. Read those books. And then earlier Nitin Singhania was working, but it is not the best book now for you. उतनी मोटी बुक पढ़ के आप कितना गेन करोगे ये देखना बहुत ज़रूरी है. बजाय उसके आप वो बुक पढ़ो जो इंटरेस्टिंग भी हो, एग्जाम का पर्पस भी सॉल्व कर रही हो, और आपका ऑप्टिमल एफर्ट हो. विद ऑप्टिमल एफर्ट यू आर एबल टू मैक्सिमाइज योर आउटपुट. दैट इज हाउ यू शुड गो. तो आपको बैठ के थरोली सोचना पड़ेगा, मैं क्या पढ़ूंगा, कैसे पढ़ूंगा, कौन सी बुक्स ऐसी हैं जो कवर टू कवर पढ़नी है, कौन सी ऐसी बुक्स हैं जिनमें सिलेक्टिव चैप्टर्स पढ़ने हैं, ये समझना जरूरी है. फॉर दैट कस्टमाइजेशन वी आर देयर टू हेल्प यू आउट. होल्ड योर हैंड and decide according to your capacity, suitability, that what extra is to be readed and which books would be more suitable to you. Right? Choices हम दे देंगे आपको. जैसे there are advanced and random sources. एक तरीका और है, हिस्ट्री हो या कोई भी एरिया हो, जैसे आप स्तूपा पढ़ रहे हो, कीप द इंटरनेट ओपन. स्तूप डाला आपने, तो स्तूप का कॉन्सेप्ट तो आपको पता लग गया कि ऐसा ऐसा होता है स्ट्रक्चर, बट बेसिक आइडिया कहाँ से आता है? ओरिजिन होता है वैदिक पीरियड से. दैट माउंड ऑफ एशेज वॉज कॉल्ड, है ना. एक क्वेश्चन आ गया, आपका एड्रेस, तो बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियर हो रहे हैं. तो इंटरनेट का भी जो यूज़ है वो जुडिशियसली होना चाहिए. ऐसा नहीं कि आप पूरे दिन इंटरनेट पे पड़े हुए हैं. टाइम तो लिमिटेड है ना, बट उसका सही यूज कैसे करना है, कैसे इंटीग्रेट करना है रैंडम सोर्सेज इंटरनेट से विद व्हाट यू कैन से योर स्टैंडर्ड सोर्सेज, ये आर्ट डेवलप करनी पड़ेगी. इससे बहुत फर्क पड़ता है. ठीक है. एडवांस्ड रैंडम सोर्सेज की बात करें, देखिए जो मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग है उसके बेसिस पे मैं बुक्स के बारे में बात करूंगा, फिर मैं कुछ क्वेश्चंस पे भी आऊँगा. एंशिएंट इंडियन हिस्ट्री एंड कल्चर, पहले आपने तमिलनाडु बुक पढ़ी, फिर आपने न्यू एनसीईआरटी पढ़ी, 6th और 11th 12th की बुक्स ऐसे करके, है ना. 6th की एक एनसीईआरटी है एंशिएंट इंडिया की, उस तरह से आप सीक्वेंस से गए. आपका अगर बैकग्राउंड हिस्ट्री में है तो शायद ये ज़रूरत आपकी कम होगी, नहीं है तो ज़रूरत ज़्यादा होगी. उसके बाद आपको लगता है कि चलो जो डूएबल क्वेश्चंस हैं, सिंपल क्वेश्चंस हैं, वो तो यहाँ से हो जाएंगे, बट देयर वुड बी क्वेश्चंस व्हिच माइट बी रिक्वायरिंग मोर डीपर नॉलेज, फैक्चुअल नॉलेज और कॉन्सेप्चुअल नॉलेज. उसके लिए आप क्या कर सकते हैं? मुझे लगता है आपके पास टेक्स्ट बुक्स होनी चाहिए, वो जो रेफरेंस के लिए आप रखें. तो एंशिएंट एंड मिडाइवल इंडियन हिस्ट्री के ऊपर एक बुक है पूनम दलाल दहिया की लिखी हुई, बट कई लोगों को बहुत बल्कि लगती है, तो मैं उनको सजेस्ट करूँगा कि वो पढ़ें. तो जिनको बहुत बल्कि लगती है, उनको लगता है हिस्ट्री बोरिंग है, मज़ा नहीं आता, वो एंशिएंट मिडाइवल के लिए रेफरेंस बुक्स रख सकते हैं. टाइम हो तो ज़रूर पढ़ें, इंटरेस्टिंग बुक्स हैं. अजीत झा पियर्सन पब्लिकेशन, एंशिएंट इंडिया, मिडाइवल इंडिया, सुजाता मेनन, विद वो एडवेंट ऑफ यूरोपियंस वगैरह इस तरह के टॉपिक्स उसमें अच्छे से किए हैं, बहुत अच्छे से लिखी गई है वो बुक. तो उसमें अगर पूरा नहीं पढ़ा जा रहा, कुछ चैप्टर्स जो इंपॉर्टेंट थीम्स हैं वो पढ़ लो वहाँ से अच्छे से, बाकी की समरी सेक्शन उन्होंने पॉइंट फॉर्म में लास्ट में दी हुई है, वो पढ़ लो. बट इतनी अच्छी लैंग्वेज लिखी हुई है ना कि मज़ा आता है पढ़ने. ऐसी बुक्स को आप रखिए रेफरेंस के तौर पे, और समय और इंटरेस्ट के हिसाब से आप जो जो पढ़ सकते हो वो पढ़ लो. आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंडिंग. बट अपनी रीडिंग लिस्ट बहुत वाइड नहीं करनी. वाइड रीडिंग की का मतलब ये नहीं कि आप बहुत ज़्यादा के बुक्स पढ़ें. वाइड रीडिंग का मतलब ये है कि आप जो इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक सब टॉपिक्स हैं उनको अच्छे से पढ़ लें, और कम सोर्सेज, अच्छी सोर्सेज बार बार पढ़ना ज़्यादा समझदारी है, बजाय बहुत सारी सोर्सेज एक आध बार पढ़ना. दैट इज़ द आइडिया. ठीक है. देन व्हेन यू आर स्टडिंग करंट अफेयर्स, उसके साथ ही आपको जो इंपॉर्टेंट प्लेसेस इन न्यूज़, साइट्स इन न्यूज़, डांस ड्रामा म्यूजिक से रिलेटेड कुछ कवर हुआ है, वो चीज़ें वहीं हो जानी चाहिए. आपको अलग से, जैसे प्राइम मिनिस्टर वंस विजिटेड सोमनाथ, देयर माइट बी अ क्वेश्चन, तो वो वहीं के वहीं कवर हो जाना चाहिए. वो आपको अलग से कुछ करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. तो ये देख लीजिए कि हिस्टोरिकल इंपॉर्टेंस की, जैसे हम करंट अफेयर्स की बुकलेट भी निकालते हैं, बुलेटिन भी निकालते हैं, तो वो मटेरियल्स काफ़ी हद तक वो चीज़ें कवर कर देती हैं हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट में. तो आप उस पर मतलब आइडेंटिफाई अ सोर्स, स्टिक टू इट. अब करंट अफेयर्स यहाँ से भी कर लूँ, वहाँ से भी कर लूँ, आप अननेसेसरली अपने आप को ओवरबर्डन कर रहे हो, बिकॉज यू हैव लिमिटेड टाइम एंड यू कैन रीड ऑल द सोर्सेस. दे विल क्रिएट मोर कन्फ्यूजन एंड प्रेशर. सो बेटर इट इज, इतना रिस्क तो हमेशा रहेगा कि कुछ छूट जाएगा. कुछ छूट जाएगा का डर नहीं होना चाहिए, बल्कि ये होना चाहिए कि आपने बेसिक एस्पेक्ट सारे कवर किए हैं, कॉन्सेप्ट्स आपके क्लियर हैं, और आपने एक आध सोर्स को थरोली फॉलो किया है करंट अफेयर्स के लिए. न्यूज़पेपर रीडिंग हैबिट होनी चाहिए. न्यूज़पेपर्स ओवर पीरियड ऑफ टाइम जब आप पढ़ते रहते हैं तो लॉन्ग टर्म में इंफॉर्मेशन का जो चेन है, जो ट्रेल है, वो बन जाती है, प्लस एब्जॉर्ब होती रहती है इन्फॉर्मेशन. प्रोसेस एक बना रहता है, एक लिंक बना रहता है. अचानक से आप पूरा करंट अफेयर्स लेके बैठ जाते हो और उसको मगअप करने की कोशिश करते हो, वो ज़्यादा हेल्पफुल है नहीं, वो ब्लॉक्स क्रिएट करता है, टेंशन भी ज़्यादा देता है। लेकिन वही मटेरियल आप न्यूज़पेपर्स के साथ रिलेट करके पढ़ रहे हो, रोज़ न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ रहे हो, आप लिंक कर पा रहे हो उन चीज़ों से, वो ज़्यादा अच्छे से याद हो जाएंगे। और कुछ याद नहीं भी हुआ, व्हेन यू आर टेकिंग एग्जाम, रिकॉल के चांसेस ज़्यादा अच्छे रहेंगे। ठीक है, तो एक प्रॉपर तैयारी उस स्ट्रेटजी के साथ होनी चाहिए। अपने आप को अननेसेसरीली ओवरलोड या ओवरबर्डन मत करो इन्फॉर्मेशन फैक्ट्स पे और लास्ट मिनट पे। कंसिस्टेंसी बहुत जरूरी है, आपको मालूम है। आप ये सोचो कि यूनिवर्सिटी का एग्जाम है, भैया 2 दिन पढ़े और एग्जाम निकल गया, बहुत अच्छे मार्क्स आ गए, वो तो है नहीं एग्जाम, बिकॉज द सिलेबस इज रियली वाइड, लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स आर टू बी डन, सो यू हैव टू मेंटेन सर्टेन अमाउंट ऑफ कंसिस्टेंसी। कंसिस्टेंसी का मतलब ये नहीं कि सातों दिन आपको 20 घंटे पढ़ना है, 20-20 घंटे रोज पढ़ना है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। आपकी अपनी कैपेसिटी के हिसाब से डेली आप एक नंबर ऑफ आवर्स सेट कीजिए, वो आप टाइम जरूर दीजिए। कभी गलती से जैसे होता है, कभी ब्रेक हो गया, कोई कुछ हो गया, तो गिल्टी मत फील कीजिए, इट्स नॉर्मल। आप हर रोज उतने घंटे नहीं पढ़ सकते। ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है कि जितने घंटे पढ़ रहे हो उसमें क्या क्वालिटी निकल के आ रही है, कितना ऑब्जर्व कर पा रहे हो, दैट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, है ना। और वो धीरे धीरे अपने आप कैपेसिटी बढ़ेगी, इसलिए किसी भी कम रहती है, धीरे धीरे बढ़ती है, तो यू शुड बी वेरी केयरफुल अबाउट दैट। ठीक है, उसके बाद मॉडर्न इंडियन हिस्ट्री और इंटरनेशनल मूवमेंट की बात की जाए तो तमिलनाडु और आपकी न्यू एनसीईआरटी पढ़ने के बाद एक सोर्स से स्टिक करिए किसी से, चाहे तो बंसल त्रिपाठी जैसी कोई किताब हो, चाहे स्पेक्ट्रम हो, बट स्टिक टू वन सोर्स। वहाँ सब कुछ है, उसमें से अगर नहीं हो पा रहा तो एक आध क्वेश्चन आउट ऑफ द ब्लू आ जाएगा, उसके लिए आप एक्स्ट्रा पढ़ के क्या कर लोगे? दैट इज फुलिश अप्रोच। उतना किसी और एरिया में कर लो जहाँ से डुएबल क्वेश्चंस हो सकते हैं, है ना। तो स्ट्रैटेजी ऐसी होनी चाहिए जिसमें आप अपना एफर्ट मैक्सिमाइज कर सको यूजिंग ऑथेंटिक, इजी टू अंडरस्टैंड और एब्जॉर्बेबल सोर्सेस, दैट इज द आइडिया। तो ये मेथड को अगर फॉलो करोगे तो दिक्कत नहीं होगी। सो देयर आर क्वेश्चंस विच आर 40 to 50% डुएबल्स, ऐसी सोर्सेस से हो जाएंगे, करंट अफेयर से हो जाएंगे। देन देयर आर सम डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चंस रियली, उसमें कुछ इंडेप्थ स्टडी की होगी तो हो जाएगा, नहीं होगा तो टेंशन नहीं लेनी है। और रैंडम क्वेश्चंस, एलिमिनेशन मेथड, अगर 2-4 ऑप्शंस हैं, 2 आते हैं और 2 वाकई में सही भी हों तो आप वहाँ रिस्क ले सकते हो, वहाँ पर एलिमिनेशन मेथड ऐसे एरियाज में आप ला सकते हो। कहीं पढ़ा होगा आपने इन दी कोर्स ऑफ डिस्कशन और वाइड रीडिंग, ठीक है, नहीं पढ़ा है तो उसके लिए जान नहीं देनी है ना। अल्टीमेटली अगर आपका स्कोर ऐसा आता है नेगेटिव मार्क्स निकालने के बाद जहाँ पर आप 50 to 55 क्वेश्चंस ठीक करके आ रहे हैं, तो आप हमेशा दौड़ में रहते हैं, है ना। तो 55 फॉर श्योर और से ऊपर है तो फिर आपको सीधे मेंस की तैयारी करनी चाहिए। आर यू अंडरस्टैंडिंग? एनी गिवन ईयर आपने देखा होगा कट ऑफ में बहुत बड़ा वेरिएशन नहीं होता, थोड़ा बहुत वेरिएशन तो हर साल होगा। तो ये सब फैक्टर्स को ध्यान में रख के तैयारी करनी चाहिए, एक स्ट्रेटेजी होनी चाहिए आपकी प्रॉपर। नाउ आई गो टू, सो करंट एस्पेक्ट्स की बात करते हैं तो प्लेसेस इन न्यूज़, इंपॉर्टेंट साइट्स, बुक्स, पर्सनैलिटीज, इन पे थोड़ा ध्यान देना चाहिए, है ना। अगर क्वेश्चंस के ट्रेंड्स की बात करें तो डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चंस आर देयर। देखो, उन्होंने 4 सेंटेंसेस या फैक्ट्स दे दिए, फिर आपसे पूछा कि कितने ठीक हैं। सो हियर दे हैव गिवन, दिस इज आई थिंक 2023 क्वेश्चन, 4 dynasties have been mentioned. How many of the above dynasties established their kingdoms in early 8th century AD? Early 8th century मतलब 700 AD। अब आपको पता होना चाहिए 700 AD वाला जो टाइम है 750 AD तक, दैट इज एंशिएंट इंडिया। 750 AD से 1200 AD तक अर्ली मिडाइवल पीरियड आता है। ये क्लासिफिकेशन क्लियर होना चाहिए आपके दिमाग में। इफ दैट इज क्लियर, यू लुक एट दिस डायनेस्टीज, होयशाला व्हेन दे एग्जिस्टेड, 11th सेंचुरी में इनकी फाउंडेशन हुई है। गहदवालाज, राजपूत्स, अर्ली मिडाइवल पीरियड। काकत्याज, अगेन अर्ली मिडाइवल पीरियड, वारंगल में रूल कर रहे थे। यादवाज ऑफ देवागिरी किसने खत्म किया? खिलजीज ने अब्जॉर्ब कर लिया, है ना, अलाउद्दीन खिलजी ऑफ देवागिरी। फिर बाद में देवागिरी को दौलताबाद नाम दिया। तो आपको क्या पता लगा इससे? दे आर ऑल बिलोंगिंग टू अर्ली मिडाइवल और मिडाइवल पीरियड, दे एग्जिस्टेड एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम। इस टाइम पे तो डायनेस्टी एग्जिस्ट नहीं कर रही थी। सो हाउ मेनी ऑफ द डायनेस्टी एस्टैब्लिश्ड देयर किंगडम्स इन अर्ली 8th सेंचुरी? नन। बहुत डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन नहीं है। डिफिकल्ट तभी लगेगा जब आपने सिलेक्टिव हो गए और आपने हिस्ट्री को एक प्रॉपरली ग्रो थ्रू नहीं किया कि डायनेस्टीज के टाइम पीरियड्स को प्रॉपर्ली स्टडी नहीं किया। इतना तो स्टडी कर सकते हो ना, अर्ली मिडाइवल पीरियड में कौन कौन सी डायनेस्टीज थी। तो यू विल गेट टू नो, ट्राइपर्टाइट स्ट्रगल की बात आएगी, पालास, राष्ट्रकूटास एंड गुर्जर प्रत्याराज। राष्ट्रकूटा से पहले कौन थे? चालुक्यास। चालुक्यास किससे लड़ते रहते थे? पल्लवास से, है ना। और उधर अर्ली मिडाइवल पीरियड में साउथ में जाएंगे तो और चोलास। पल्लवास के बाद कौन आ गए? चोलास। इस तरह का एक ब्रॉड मतलब अंडरस्टैंडिंग आपके दिमाग में होनी चाहिए, तो फिर ज़्यादा गड़बड़ नहीं होगी। हाँ, आप इसको ही लेके बहुत कंफ्यूज हैं, आपने ढंग से पढ़ा ही नहीं है, तो फिर गड़बड़ हो जाएगी, है ना। ठीक है, जो बुक्स मैंने सजेस्ट किए उनमें चार्ट्स भी आते हैं, तो वहीं से आप रेफर कर सकते हैं सीधा सीधा, है ना। 2-3 बार भी उसको देख लोगे ढंग से पूरा पढ़ने के बाद, तो आई थिंक दिमाग में कुछ कुछ रह जाएगा, एंड दैट विल बी मोर देन इनफ। ठीक है, ये हर साल यू सी दे हैव बीन आस्किंग क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम लैंग्वेज एंड लिटरेचर एरिया, है ना। अब आप चीज़ एक इंटरेस्टिंग देखेंगे, बुद्धिज्म के बारे में बात करेंगे तो बुद्धिज्म को आपको मल्टी डायमेंशनल अप्रोच फॉलो करनी पड़ेगी। रिलीजन फिलॉसफी, बुद्धिज्म एज अ रिलीजन एंड फिलॉसफी, वहाँ से भी क्वेश्चन आ सकते हैं। बुद्धिज्म के आर्किटेक्चर, स्तूपा से रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन, और कोई और फॉर्म ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर उससे रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन आ सकते हैं। और बुद्धिज्म के बारे में आप बात कर रहे हैं, लिटरेचर से रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन आ सकते हैं। तो मीन्स बुद्धिज्म और जैनिज्म कुछ ऐसे टॉपिक्स हैं जिनको एंटायरिटी में पढ़ना है, रिपीटेडली वहाँ से क्वेश्चन आते हैं। उनका रिलीजियस एस्पेक्ट्स, फिलोसफिकल एस्पेक्ट्स, लिटरेरी एस्पेक्ट्स, आर्किटेक्चरल एस्पेक्ट्स सब एक जगह हो जाना चाहिए। हम अपने प्रीलिम्स गाइडेंस प्रोग्राम में कोशिश करेंगे कि हम मल्टी डायमेंशनल अप्रोच रखें और आपको उस तरह से तैयारी करा दें, और नोट्स भी आपको क्योंकि मिलेंगे साथ में, तो वो हेडेक आपका थोड़ा कम हो जाएगा। दैट इज आवर प्लान। ठीक है, सो अब ये बुक है देवी चंद्रगुप्त, इंपॉर्टेंट सोर्स है गुप्ता डायनेस्टी की। जब आप कहीं भी ये पढ़ोगे तो ये मेंशन किया जाएगा, किसने लिखा वहीं बताया जाएगा। किसने लिखा था इस बुक को? विशाख दत्त। ही रोट अनदर इंपॉर्टेंट बुक और प्ले, मुद्रा राक्षस, विच इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट सोर्स ऑफ मॉडर्न डायनेस्टी। ठीक, तो विल्हान इन्होंने विक्रमाणक देव चरित्र बुक लिखी, जो कि बायोग्राफी है विक्रमादित्य 6 चोला की। ठीक है, तो ये मिसमैच हो गया। बाकी सब देखें आप, सारे ठीक हैं। हमीर वॉज अ राजपूत रूलर, उनकी बायोग्राफी नयचंद सोटल की। मिलिंद पैनो नागार्जुन यानाक्से ने लिखी, क्वेश्चंस एंड आंसर्स हैं नागार्जुन एंड मिनांडर। मिलिंद पोस्ट मॉडर्न पीरियड में लिखी गई है, इंडो ग्रीक रूलर थे। नीति वाक्यामृत, नीति एथिक्स की बुक है, सोमदेव सूरी ने लिखी, बंगाल में थी। ठीक है, आर यू अंडरस्टैंडिंग? ये इंपॉर्टेंट राइटर्स हैं जो आपको कहीं ना कहीं एक जगह क्लब टुगेदर किसी सोर्स में मिल जाते हैं, चाहे वो लूसेंट की जीएस हो, कहीं कुछ भी हो, इस तरह की जो जीके की, बेसिकली जीके का सवाल है, जीएस का भी नहीं है। तो वहाँ से इस तरह की चीज़ें आपको ढंग से पढ़ लेनी चाहिए। हम भी कोशिश करेंगे आपको ये इन्फॉर्मेशन इस तरह से दें। ठीक है, कितने पेयर्स मैच ने करेक्टली? 2, 3, 4 आर करेक्ट, फर्स्ट इज रॉन्ग, है ना। क्योंकि एग्जाम में प्रेशर होता है तो कई बार आप रिकॉल नहीं कर पाते, या आपको लगता है बहुत डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन आ गया, वहाँ गड़बड़ हो जाती है। इस चीज़ को अगर आपने कंट्रोल कर पाया तो आपसे इस तरह के क्वेश्चंस भी ठीक हो जाएंगे, फैक्चुअल क्वेश्चन अदरवाइज, है ना। तो जब बुक्स पढ़ते हो ना, तो सिर्फ बुक्स और राइटर्स को रटो मत, उनके कंटेंट में बेसिक क्या है थोड़ा सा वो ध्यान रखोगे तो आप रेट कर पाओगे, है ना। जो राइटर है वो किस टाइप का आदमी, वो प्ले राइट है, वो स्कॉलर है, वो बुद्धिस्ट स्कॉलर है, वो जैन स्कॉलर है, वो रिलीजियस टीचर, प्रीचर, फिलोसफर कौन है, उससे आप ज़्यादा अच्छे से आइडिया लगा पाओगे। और थोड़ा सा बुक के कंटेंट का आइडिया तो यू विल बी एबल टू डू इट, है ना। फिर ये एक नया ट्रेंड देखने को मिला, जहाँ पर उन्होंने 3 आप देखेंगे कॉलम्स दिए हुए हैं, 4 rows are there and you have to identify, consider the following information, in which of the above rows is the given information correctly matched। तो आप ये थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है, क्यों? 2 होते थे तो इजी होता था कि भाई कम इन्फॉर्मेशन है, आपको प्रोसेस कम करना है। अब यहाँ इन्फॉर्मेशन ज़्यादा हो गई। चंद्रकेतुगढ़ इज अ प्लेस इन वेस्ट बंगाल, नॉट इन उड़ीसा, बाकी ट्रेडिंग पोर्ट टाउन था। ठीक है, तो अब ये कहीं कोई मैप देखा हो आपने, कहीं कुछ पढ़ा हो तो याद आएगा, अदरवाइज कन्फ्यूजन हो जाएगा। इनाम गांव, ये बहुत पर्टिकुलर सी चालकोलिथिक साइट है, पुणे में लोकेटेड है, महाराष्ट्र में है। ये बहुत, आप किसी भी बुक में पढ़ोगे तो वहाँ चालकोलिथिक कल्चर्स में देखने को मिल जाएगा। ठीक है ना। मांगाडू केरला में है, मेगालिथिक साइट है। ठीक है, सलियुंडम आंध्र प्रदेश में है, रॉक कट केव साइंस के लिए जाना जाता है। थोड़ा डिफिकल्टी लेवल हाई है। ये कहीं ना कहीं कोई मैप आपने देखा हो चालकोलिथिक साइट वगैरह का, तो वहाँ से आपको थोड़ा आइडिया लगेगा। यानी मैप वर्क बहुत ज़रूरी है। मैप्स को ध्यान से देखना, इंपॉर्टेंट प्लेसेस को ट्रेस करना, उनका सिग्निफिकेंस जानना बहुत ज़रूरी। कहाँ लोकेटेड है दिमाग में थोड़ा सा रहेगा तो रिकॉल करने के चांसेस हैं, अदरवाइज डिफिकल्टी लेवल इस क्वेश्चन का थोड़ा हाई हो जाता है। ठीक है, तो पहला ऑप्शन गलत है, बाकी तीनों ठीक हैं। ठीक है, अब आप यहाँ देखेंगे, आपको लगेगा यहाँ ऐसा तो नहीं नज़र आ रहा, फिर आप कंफ्यूज हो जाएंगे, है ना। तो 2 and 3 आर 100% करेक्ट। हियर यू कैन हैव प्रॉब्लम। ये आंध्र प्रदेश में लोकेटेड है कि नहीं ये देखना है। ठीक है, ये पॉलिटिकल साइंस की बुक है, उसको आप पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस फेज हिस्ट्री से भी जोड़ सकते हैं। अब ये आप नहीं कह सकते कि क्वेश्चन प्योरली हिस्ट्री का ही क्वेश्चन है, ये पॉलिटिकल हिस्ट्री का क्वेश्चन एक तरह से। पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज हैं, उनके फाउंडर्स के नाम बताने हैं। एवरीबॉडी नोज भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो आज है, इट्स प्रेडिसेसर वाज भारतीय जनसंघ। डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी वाज द फाउंडर ऑफ दैट। ठीक है ना। सोशलिस्ट पार्टी से रिलेटेड थे आचार्य नरेंद्र देव, बिकॉज ही वाज सोशलिस्ट। सी गोपालाचारी ने स्वतंत्रता पार्टी की फाउंडर पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस फेज में, और इसके साथ एक प्रेजेंट लीडर थे एनजी रांगा, जिन्होंने आंध्र रयोत एसोसिएशन की फाउंडेशन रखी थी, वो इनके साथ थे इसमें। तो क्या नजर आ रहा है यहाँ पे, यू विल सी दिस इज करेक्ट, दिस इज रॉन्ग, दिस इज रॉन्ग, बिकॉज ये इनके साथ मैच हो रहा है, ये इनके साथ मैच हो रहा है। कांग्रेस फॉर डेमोक्रेसी 1977 में जब कांग्रेस में स्प्लिट हुआ तो जगजीवन राम, उन्होंने एक नई पार्टी की फाउंडेशन रखी, है ना। मीरा कुमार जो स्पीकर रहीं, उनके फादर थे। ठीक है ना, तो ये करेक्टली मैच्ड है। इस तरह से आपको एक सही आंसर मिल जाता है यहाँ से। ठीक है, तो ये बेसिक सोर्स से पूछा हुआ क्वेश्चन है, आपने पढ़ा है तो ठीक है, नहीं पढ़ा है तो दिक्कत है। ठीक है, ये पॉलिटी का भी क्वेश्चन है, ये हिस्ट्री का भी क्वेश्चन है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल डेवलपमेंट, है ना। सो विद रेफरेंस टू द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1935 कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स। दो स्टेटमेंट्स दिए हैं। इट प्रोवाइडेड फॉर एस्टैब्लिशमेंट ऑफ एन ऑल इंडिया फेडरेशन, फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर बेस्ड ऑन यूनियन ऑफ द ब्रिटिश इंडियन प्रोविंसेस एंड प्रिंसली स्टेट्स। ये ठीक है, ये प्रोविजन था इसमें। ये मेटेरियलाइज नहीं कर पाया, क्यों? एक कोरम चाहिए था, बेसिक मिनिमम प्रिंसली स्टेट्स का सपोर्ट एंड कंसेंट चाहिए था, वो उन्होंने दिया नहीं, तो ये फैक्चुअलाइज नहीं कर पाया, लेकिन एक्ट में ये मेंशन था, तो ये ठीक है। डिफेंस एंड फॉरेन अफेयर्स वर केप्ट अंडर द कंट्रोल ऑफ द फेडरल लेजिस्लेचर। लेजिस्लेचर तो मतलब हो गया इंडियन मेंबर्स, नहीं, ये इंपॉर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट्स थे रिजर्व लिस्ट में, और दे वर रिजर्व फ्रॉम ब्रिटिश अथॉरिटीज। तो लेजिस्लेचर की जगह ये फेडरल एग्जीक्यूटिव विच वर अंडर ब्रिटिश कंट्रोल, उनके हाथ में, तो ये गलत हो जाता है। ठीक है, नाउ यू गेट द राइट आंसर। ये कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग प्रॉपर्टीज इंक्लूडेड इन द वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज लिस्ट रिलीज बाय यूनेस्को। कहाँ पर? 2023। ये सारे ही लगभग वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज साइट्स हैं, बट 2023 में 41st साइट ये ऐड हुई थी और 42nd ये ऐड हुआ था। ये आंसर क्वेश्चंस न्यूज़ में थे दोनों। और अगर आप लुकमान IAS की नोट्स देखेंगे, वहाँ पर आपको ये दोनों इंफॉर्मेशन मिलेगी पूरी। सॉरी, हाँ, व्हाट 24 में अभी ऐड हुआ है एक, दैट इज मोइदाम्स, वो 24 में है, जो अहुम डायनेस्टी से जुड़े हुए हैं आसाम में। ऐसा कंफ्यूजन मत करो, ठीक है। सो दिस इज हाउ थिंग। सो अलग अलग तरह के क्वेश्चंस इन्होंने पूछे हैं, ठीक है। तो अब मैं सेक्शन वाइज जाऊं तो ये इंपॉर्टेंट थीम्स हैं एंशिएंट इंडिया की। इंडस वैली सिविलाइजेशन वैदिक पीरियड से बहुत ज़्यादा क्वेश्चंस नहीं पूछे गए हैं, स्टेटमेंट टाइप क्वेश्चंस पूछे गए हैं, उनमें बताना ये इंडस वैली सिविलाइजेशन से रिलेटेड है कि नहीं, या कंपैरेटिव क्वेश्चन, इंडस वैली सिविलाइजेशन वैदिक पीरियड में कौन कौन से इन दोनों को बिलोंग करते हैं या नहीं करते हैं। बुद्धिज्म जैनिज्म एक पेट थीम है, यहाँ से क्वेश्चंस अलग अलग फॉर्म में पूछे जाते हैं, और लगभग हर साल कोई ना कोई एक, इवन 2023 और 24 में भी आप देखें तो 4 से 5 क्वेश्चंस इन्हीं से हैं, ठीक है। आई विल शो यू सम क्वेश्चंस। संगम एज, इससे भी क्वेश्चंस फ्रिक्वेंटली, नॉट एवरी ईयर, बट दे हैव द टेंडेंसी, साउथ से क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं, संगम एज से भी क्वेश्चन पूछ लेते हैं, और दूसरी टेंडेंसी से भी, ठीक है। एंड मैनी ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस यू विल सी have been covered in some form in our test series also. मतलब वो टर्म्स जो इंपॉर्टेंट होते हैं वो हमने कवर किए हैं। कनगी कल्ट क्या है, दूतार शब्द किस, द वर्ड इज यूज फॉर विच काइंड ऑफ ऑफिशियल्स, दूत वर्ड मैसेंजर्स के लिए होता है, स्पाइस के लिए वर्ड यूज। ऐसे आपको टर्म्स पकड़ने हैं, उनकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग होनी चाहिए, है ना। मौर्यज एंड गुप्ता, तो मालूम पड़ा बुद्धिज्म और मौर्यज का ओवरलैप हो गया। स्तूपा के ऊपर क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया उन्होंने। अशोक कौन कौन से स्तूप विजिट ने कहाँ स्तूप बनवाए, आपको बताने पड़ेंगे। गुप्तास ने भी स्तूपा आर्ट और उसको प्रमोट किया, है ना। तो इस तरह से आप क्या देखेंगे, कई बार एक से दो थीम्स मिलके एक क्वेश्चन बन जाता है। पोस्ट गुप्ता पीरियड में आपने जनरली देखा गया है डायनेस्टीज, राइटर्स, बुक्स, वहां से क्वेश्चन पूछे ज़्यादा गए। एक साल क्वेश्चन पूछा गया था लॉ ऑफ इनहेरिटेंस पे, दयाभाग एंड मिताक्षर, उनके ऊपर स्टेटमेंट दे दिए और फिर आपको पूछा गया ये ठीक है कि नहीं है। इस तरह के क्वेश्चंस भी पूछे जाते हैं। सो पोस्ट गुप्ता पीरियड में डायनेस्टीज, इंपॉर्टेंट रूलर्स, उसके बाद फाउंडर्स, कैपिटल्स और क्या कहते हैं इंपॉर्टेंट स्कॉलर्स, राइटर्स, उनसे उन्होंने अगर कोई पैटर्नाइज किए हैं या बायोग्राफीज हैं, उन पर इसको थोड़ा फोकस करना चाहिए, है ना। अब देखिए, विद रेफरेंस टू एंशिएंट इंडिया कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स। द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ स्तूपा इज बुद्धिस्ट इन ऑरिजिन, factually it is wrong. It is first mentioned in Vedic literature. Stupa was generally a repository of relics, ये ठीक है। खासकर बुद्धिज्म की बात की जाए तो बिल्कुल ठीक है। जो बुद्ध हैं या कोई और इंपॉर्टेंट बुद्धिस्ट पर्सनैलिटीज, मॉन्क्स, फिलोसफर्स, उनके रिमेन्स वहाँ पर प्रिजर्व किए गए हैं। स्तूपा वॉज अ वोटिव, वोटिव मीन्स सम काइंड ऑफ डिजायर और समथिंग, है ना, एंड कमेमोरेटिव, यादगार, स्मारक जिसे कहते हैं। स्ट्रक्चर इन बुद्धिस्ट ट्रेडिशन, ये भी ठीक है ना। So wherever when Ashoka visited important places related to Buddha, he got stupas constructed over there. They are commemorative in nature. ठीक है ना। So कितने statements correct हैं इसमें से? How many पूछा है statements? Not which of. So 2 statements are correct. That is the answer. First is wrong. 2 and 3 are correct. ठीक है। फिर ये जैनिज्म से related question है. Souls are not only the property of animals. जीव. Why Jainism is a religion which says there is a soul in animate as well as inanimate objects. पत्थर में भी किसी तरह का सोल हो सकता है ना। So souls are not only the property of animal and plant life but also of rocks, running water and many other natural objects, not looked on as living by other religious sects. The above statement reflect one of the core beliefs of which one of the following. तो core beliefs, कोर आइडिया, फिलॉसफी किसी भी रिलीजन की, स्पेशली हेटेरोसेक्स की पता होनी चाहिए। मैं ये डिटेल में कराऊंगा आपको, है ना। तो उसमें जैनिज्म इज दी राइट आंसर, ठीक है। ये पीपीटीज हम आपके साथ शेयर कर लेंगे। हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया कि कौन से एरियाज हैं जो इंपॉर्टेंट है पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक से रिलेटेड, उन पे आप फोकस करो, ठीक है। अगर आप वो लेक्चर प्लान देखेंगे तो उसमें हम सारे मेजर एरियाज कवर कर रहे हैं। उन मेजर एरियाज में भी जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट थीम्स हैं उनको कवर करेंगे, क्योंकि वी हैव टू रिमेन वेरी प्रोफेशनल, राइट। मिडाइवल इंडिया की बात करें तो ये सारे इंपॉर्टेंट एरियाज हैं, बट आप देखेंगे ऑफ लेट अर्ली मिडाइवल इंडिया से मेजर डायनेस्टीज से रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन ज़्यादा हैं पास कुछ ईयर्स में। विजयनगर से भी रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन काफ़ी आए, उसके हिसाब से उन पर फोकस आपको ज़्यादा करना चाहिए। बट पढ़ना तो दिल्ली सल्तनत, मुगल, यहाँ पर जो कल्चरल डेवलपमेंट्स हैं वो, भक्ति और सूफी मूवमेंट, ये सब पढ़ने चाहिए आपको। भक्ति की बात की तो भक्ति में कॉन्सेप्ट आएगा निर्गुण, सगुण। सूफी मूवमेंट में कॉन्सेप्ट आएगा सिलसिला का, या फिर बेसरा, बासरा। 2 types of silsilas or sects are there. Besara, which do not follow Shariat strictly. Basara, which follow Shariat strictly. ठीक है, ये conceptual clarity आपको होनी चाहिए, क्या है क्या नहीं, है ना। उसके बाद आपको एग्जाम्पल्स पता होने चाहिए कुछ सिलसिलास के। कदरिया है, चिश्ती है, रोशनाया है ना, इस तरह के इंपॉर्टेंट सिलसिलास थे। उनमें 5-6 बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हैं। उनके फाउंडर्स, इंपॉर्टेंट पर्सनैलिटीज़, टीचर्स एंड डिसाइपल्स, पीरी मुरीदी का कंसेप्ट, इस तरह की चीज़ें आपको पता होनी चाहिए, ठीक है। सो अगर आप देखें विजयनगर के बारे में क्वेश्चन पूछा गया था 2023 में। हु अमंग द फॉलोइंग रूलर्स ऑफ विजयनगर एम्पायर कंस्ट्रक्टेड अ लार्ज डैम अक्रॉस तुंगभद्रा रिवर। किसी भी अच्छी सोर्स में ये बहुत अच्छे से मेंशन किया गया होगा। एंड अ कैनल कम एक्यूडेक्ट, एक्यूडेक्ट मतलब वाटर चैनल, सेवरल किलोमीटर्स लॉन्ग फ्रॉम द रिवर टू द कैपिटल सिटी। The answer is Devrai I. He was the first prominent ruler of the dynasty and otherwise third ruler in the sequence. Harihar, Bukka, then Devrai I. He was there from 1406 to 1422, 18 years. Known for his statesmanship and such projects. ठीक है। Again, क्या क्या पढ़ना है वो हमने स्पेसिफिकली बता दिया आपको। मॉडर्न इंडिया में ये इंपॉर्टेंट थीम्स हैं। अराइवल ऑफ यूरोपियन से फ्रिक्वेंटली क्वेश्चन पूछे गए, लगभग हर दूसरे साल एक क्वेश्चन पूछा गया है। कभी एक्सपोर्ट आइटम्स, कभी यूरोपियन एंटिटीज़ कौन से सीक्वेंस में आई, उनके इंपॉर्टेंट सेटलमेंट्स क्या थे, इंपॉर्टेंट पर्सनैलिटीज़ उनसे रिलेटेड, चाहे वो अल्फोंसो डे एल्बुकर्क हो या रॉबर्ट क्लाइव हो, है ना, इस तरह के पर्सनैलिटीज़ के बारे में आपको आइडिया होना चाहिए। कॉन्सेप्ट, कुछ फैक्ट्स जैसे फर्रुखशियार गेव द फरमान इन 1717, हाउ इट बेनिफिटेड द कंपनी, इस तरह की चीज़ें, ठीक है ना। डिफरेंट मूवमेंट्स इंक्लूडिंग इंडियन नेशनल मूवमेंट हैज़ बीन इंपॉर्टेंट, जैसे आपका नॉन कॉपरेशन मूवमेंट हो गया, सिविल डिसोबीडियंस मूवमेंट हो गया, क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट हो गया, बट ऑफ लेट दे हैव नॉट आस्क्ड क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम हियर। सोशल रिलीजियस रिफॉर्म मूवमेंट से जनरली फ्रिक्वेंटली क्वेश्चंस पूछे जाते हैं, तो ये एक एरिया है। इंपॉर्टेंट पर्सनैलिटीज़, इंपॉर्टेंट मूवमेंट्स, देयर फाउंडर्स, देयर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशंस, ये आपको थोड़ा आइडिया होना चाहिए, है ना। ब्रिटिश पॉलिसीज़ एंड एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पॉलिसीज़ में एजुकेशन पॉलिसी हो सकती है, उसमें कमिटीज़ कमीशन हो सकते हैं। एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की बात करें, सिविल सर्विस है, आर्मी है, फिर आपका पुलिस है, जुडिशरी है, उन सब लैंड रेवेन्यू सिस्टम्स हैं, वहाँ से क्वेश्चंस पूछे जाते हैं जनरली। पर्सनैलिटीज़ में गवर्नर जनरल्स एंड वाइस रॉयस प्लस इंपॉर्टेंट लीडर्स। आप देखेंगे कई बार लॉर्ड कर्जन के टाइम में ये एक्ट्स आई, कौन कौन से सही है ना। लॉर्ड डलहौजी का क्या कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन है, 4 पॉइंट्स दे दिए आपको, आपको आइडेंटिफाई करने में विच वन ऑफ देम आर करेक्ट। इस तरह से कोई इंपॉर्टेंट डेवलपमेंट्स और हुए किसी गवर्नर जनरल के टाइम में, वो आपको पता होना चाहिए। तो सारे गवर्नर जनरल्स और वाइस रॉयस नहीं पता होना चाहिए, की वंस। तो राइट फ्रॉम फर्स्ट गवर्नर ऑफ बंगाल रॉबर्ट क्लाइव टू वैरन हेस्टिंग्स, फिर हेस्टिंग्स, उससे पहले कॉर्नवालिस, वेलेस्ले, ये सब नाम आप बार बार पढ़ते हो, जो उनके कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन पता होना चाहिए, ठीक है। दैट इज हाउ थिंग्स आर। देन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल डेवलपमेंट्स, इंपॉर्टेंट एक्ट्स एंड देयर की एस्पेक्ट्स यू शुड वेरी वेल नो, है ना। तो आप क्लासीफाई करोगे तो चार्टर एक्ट्स, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट्स, काउंसिल एक्ट्स, इस तरह से क्लासिफिकेशन कर सकते हो, है ना। रेगुलेटिंग एक्ट 1773 से शुरू होकर इंडियन इंडिपेंडेंस एक्ट, हाँ 1947 तक जाना है। बट सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट जो आपको नजर आएंगे वो क्या, चार्टर एक्ट्स और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट्स, ठीक है। तो चार्टर एक्ट्स में 1793, 1813, 1833, हर 20 साल पे 1853, फिर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया यहाँ एक्ट ऑफ 1858 आ जाता है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। फिर आ जाते हैं काउंसिल एक्ट 1861, 1892, 1909, फिर आ जाते हैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1919, 1935, है ना। उनके की फीचर्स आपको पता होने चाहिए, ठीक है। बाकी इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस के इंपॉर्टेंट सेशंस, रेजोल्यूशंस कोई पास हुए हैं, जैसे कराची सेशन इंपॉर्टेंट है, उसमें रेजोल्यूशन पास हुए लेबर और बाकी चीज़ों से रिलेटेड, फंडामेंटल राइट से रिलेटेड। या पूर्ण स्वराज रेजोल्यूशन लाहौर सेशन 1929 में पास हुआ, है ना। तो वहाँ पर क्या इंपॉर्टेंट डेवलपमेंट्स हैं, क्या उसमें था, वो आपको थोड़ा आइडिया होना चाहिए। सो दिस इज जो अंडरलाइन किए हुए हैं वो सब इंपॉर्टेंट थीम्स हैं, वहाँ से क्वेश्चन फ्रिक्वेंटली पूछे जा रहे हैं, ठीक है। उनका डिटेल्ड जो ब्रेकअप है वो आपको यहाँ दिया गया है। अब फॉर एग्जाम्पल एक क्वेश्चन पूछा गया, अराइवल ऑफ यूरोपियंस की बात कर रहे हैं, अब आप इसको मिडाइवल से भी जोड़ सकते हैं, मॉडर्न से भी जोड़ सकते हैं। क्यों, यूरोपियंस आने तो मिडाइवल पीरियड में शुरू हो गए थे। बैकग्राउंड तो अराइवल ऑफ यूरोपियंस से शुरू होता है मॉडर्न इंडियन हिस्ट्री का, बट सही में मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री कब शुरू होती है, जब आपको कुछ ऐसे चेंजेस नजर आते हैं जहाँ ब्रिटिशर्स एक डोमिनेंट फोर्स बन जाते हैं, दे बिकम डोमिनेंट फोर्स एंड दे स्टार्ट ब्रिंगिंग चेंजेस इन द सिस्टम एंड द सोसाइटी, एंड देयर इज अ रिएक्शन टू इट इन द फॉर्म ऑफ सोशल रिलीजियस मूवमेंट्स और राइज ऑफ नेशनल कॉन्शियसनेस। तो वो मॉडर्न इंडिया है बेसिकली। तो क्वेश्चन है, हु ऑफ द फॉलोइंग रूलर्स ऑफ मिडाइवल इंडिया गेव परमिशन टू द पोर्चुगीज टू बिल्ड अ फोर्ट एट भटकल। कृष्णदेव राय ने 1510 में, इट इज द ईयर व्हेन द पोर्चुगीज कैप्चर्ड गोवा, एल्बुकर्क फ्रॉम द सुल्तान ऑफ बीजापुर एंड लेटर कन्वर्टेड इट इनटू हेडक्वार्टर्स ऑफ पोर्चुगीज इन इंडिया, ठीक है। इस तरह के फैक्ट्स पता होने चाहिए, ठीक है। तो आर्ट एंड कल्चर की बात की जाए, देखिए ज़्यादा चीज़ें आप एंशिएंट और मिडाइवल इंडियन हिस्ट्री को जब कवर पढ़ रहे होंगे, वहाँ कवर कर चुके होंगे, तो वहाँ पर आर्ट फॉर्म्स हैं, कुछ चीज़ें वहाँ नहीं कवर होंगी, वो अलग से, जैसे डांस, क्लासिकल डांस फॉर्म्स। एक साल क्वेश्चन आ गया, दो स्टेटमेंट आ गए, एक भरतनाट्यम पे, एक कुचिपुड़ी पे। फैक्ट्स हैं, अगर आपको पता है तो आप ठीक कर देंगे, नहीं पता है। कुचिपुड़ी की जैसे एक इंपॉर्टेंट बात क्या है, प्लेट पे खड़े होकर डांसर्स डांस करते हैं, बैलेंस करने की कोशिश करते हैं हेड पे कुछ रख के, ठीक है। एंड दे समटाइम्स स्पीक देयर डायलॉग्स ऑल्सो ड्यूरिंग द परफॉर्मेंस। इट डज नॉट हैपन इन भरतनाट्यम, ठीक है, तो इस तरह के क्वेश्चंस आ जाते हैं। पेंटिंग्स के ऊपर क्वेश्चन आ जाते हैं। बनी ठनी इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट थीम ऑफ विच स्कूल ऑफ पेंटिंग? बनी ठनी 12th क्लास की आप जब पढ़ेंगे नहीं, किशनगढ़ स्कूल राजपूताना में, ठीक है, तो बेसिकली वो बहुत अच्छे से हाईलाइट किया गया। किताब पढ़ी नहीं लोगों ने तो इसलिए गड़बड़ हो रही है। बुक्स पढ़ो, बेसिक बुक्स ढंग से पढ़ो, बुद्धिस्ट लिटरेचर, अदर फॉर्म्स ऑफ लिटरेचर, बायोग्राफीज, हिस्टोरिकल सोर्सेज, उनसे रिलेटेड क्वेश्चंस पूछे जाते हैं सर, तो आपको पता होना चाहिए। अभिज्ञान शाकुंतलम कालिदास ने लिखा, क्या है वो, प्ले है या पोएट्री है? मेघदूतम क्या है? ये बेसिक चीज़ें आपको पता होनी चाहिए, है ना। भाष ने क्या लिखा है, उनका क्या इंपॉर्टेंस है, कलहांड का क्या इंपॉर्टेंस है, देन डू यू नो हर्ष वॉज ऑल्सो ग्रेट प्ले राइट, ही रोट 3 plays, नागानंद, रत्नावली एंड विच वॉज द थर्ड वन, प्रियदर्शिका, है ना। तो उनका कंटेंट क्या है थोड़ा आइडिया होना चाहिए। जब पढ़ रहे हो तभी नेट पे डाल के देख लिया, 1-2 लाइन में जो इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल गई, मोर देन सफिशिएंट। उतना पता हो तो बहुत अच्छा है। हुएंग सांग ने कौन सी बुक लिखी थी, विच गिव्स अ गुड आइडिया, इट वॉज अ ट्रेवलॉग अबाउट हिज एक्सपीरियंस इन इंडिया और वॉट एवर ही ऑब्जर्व। सी यू की, ठीक है, इस तरह से थोड़ा सा आपको देखना चाहिए। साइंटिफिक एंड टेक्नोलॉजिकल डेवलपमेंट्स जो हुए, इंपॉर्टेंट साइंटिस्ट आर्यभट्ट वगैरह वगैरह, एक प्रॉपर चैप्टर आपको जो मैंने बुक्स किए हैं उनमें मिलेंगे, तो वो थोड़ा पढ़िए। बाकी कभी कभार फेस्टिवल्स, फेयर्स, सिनेमा, कैलेंडर, इन सबसे क्वेश्चन आ जाते हैं। हिस्टोरिकल प्लेसेस इन न्यूज़ एंड वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज साइट्स, ये जरूर अच्छे से पता होना चाहिए। वो जब आप करंट अफेयर्स कर रहे हो वहीं से हो जाएगा, आपको अलग से नहीं देखना है। हिस्ट्री की बुक में भी पढ़ा होगा, यहाँ भी पढ़ लोगे, कंसोलिडेशन हो जाना चाहिए। सो दिस इज हाउ यू हैव टू गो अबाउट दिस एंटायर थिंग, एंड इफ यू हैव एनी पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चंस प्लीज आस्क मी। जी नहीं, आपसे एक्सपेक्ट ये किया जाता है कि आप पढ़ के आओ, कोई भी बुक का कंफ्यूजन है हमसे पूछ लो, है ना। उसके बाद वी विल ट्राई टू गिव यू स्पेसिफिक इंफॉर्मेशन ऑन दिस। हाँ, हर टॉपिक पे, ऑन एवरी टॉपिक यू विल गेट नोट्स ऑफ 1 to 2 pages इन पॉइंट्स फॉर्म, दैट इज आवर प्लान, ठीक है। व्हाट एल्स, ठीक है। सो विद दिस वी विल वाइंड अप, and individually I am always available to help you out, okay. Thank you so much.